All right, let's see if this works out here. Mic check, mic check. Looking good. Cam check. I'm not playing Destiny 2 tonight. Oh yeah, Maxroll did we did announce that we have a Destiny 2 branch now. So I actually, to be honest with you, I didn't even know we were doing a Destiny 2 branch until today. I guess it makes sense that there was all this onboarding all of a sudden, and I'm just like, oh, okay, well, kind of cool, I guess. So I think it's just I think the timing is a little interesting considering that like Destiny 2 is going into an interesting period, you know what I mean? So also you feel your reception check. I didn't even know. I really didn't even know. Like I knew we were like gearing up for something. I just didn't know what it was. So yeah. So yeah, you can play Destiny 2. We got builds and guides for y'all. So yeah, tell your friends about it, and you know, if you don't have friends, tell your pet goldfish and your you know, cousins and the the frog that seems to never go away from your front porch. I'm sure he wouldn't mind some guides. Just saying. Just waving behind the people not checking rows, wondering. Yeah, yep, pretty much. Yep, that is me. I am oblivious. I got a story to tell. So I got a story to tell about this, which is kind of embarrassing actually, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. So, I worked at Red Lobster like way back when Red Lobster was Darden restaurants, and there was this lady that I guess, I mean, I've been there for some time, but she was, I figured she was just gaining like a little bit of weight or whatever. Like she didn't really like gain weight, but like her stomach was like kind of like, there, but I didn't really pay attention to it. And like, I guess she was leaving work and I was like, wait a minute, where are you going? And she's like, I'm about to have my baby. And I'm just like, baby? And she's like, yeah, I'm about to have my baby. I'm just like, oh, okay. And so she looked at me. She's like, you didn't know? I'm like, no. I did. I mean, but it didn't. It wasn't. I don't know. Like the baby bump wasn't like an obvious baby bump. I just thought that maybe that was just. I don't know. I was just really oblivious, and it was kind of embarrassing because everyone else knew but me, and I don't know. I don't know why I couldn't tell. So I was not saying she was fat, man. I was not saying. That's not what I was. I felt so bad because I innocently just didn't know. And I wasn't trying to say, because I mean, she was like a bit like on the taller side and, kind of more, I guess, big boned or, just a little heavy set, I guess. So I just assumed that was just her. I don't know. I can't explain it, man. But let's just say I'm usually the last person to know anything because I'm usually pretty oblivious to a lot of things. So yeah. Better than the other way around when you ask when you do and they're not. No. All right. Anyhow, what up, YouTube? I see you out there. You said subscribe you to the other channel the other day. Keep doing your thing. Gee, that Heartseeker build goes crazy. Nice. Appreciate you, man. How long am I streaming tonight? I got 2 hours left, 2.5 hours left of work to get through. Yeah, I'll be here for like about 5.5, 6 hours roughly. That's been my kind of stream average in the recent. And again, appreciate the follow. Also, Dread, what is happening, man? Okay. So tonight, we are going to spend some time experimenting and inevitably failing a lot of our attempts to temper things. So, just gonna put that out there. So We will continue to build the rest of the neighborhood that we started yesterday with the amount of breaking that's going to happen tonight. But just like with any experiments, right? Like all experiments, right? I don't know if this is going to work out because who knows with the amount of bugs that Blizzard tends to introduce every single season. So I'm just gonna YOLO, see what happens. Maybe we find something cool and we have something else new to do, or it could be a complete bust, and then we're back to playing Heartseeker, and or I build a non-scoundrel kiss rapid fire build. One of the two, either or. Let's see. Telling a lady she looks fat or prego is a lose proposition. I think you played it right. Being oblivious, maybe. More masonry. So, more masonry. Yes, more masonry tonight. Tell the source on Maxroll team to make a guide for Incinerate. I know it's not S tier, but I want to see it. So here's the thing, Brian. Here's the thing, right? So we have one Sork specialist at the moment. Okay, we still on a search for other qualified candidates and things, but we have one Sork specialist, and he is responsible for every Sork guide. And that just becomes difficult for him to cover every single possible Sork variation going on. I mean, he tries. I mean, it's North War, and we all know North War is an absolute beast. Everyone loves North War and all, but it's a tough job to try to do it all, practically by yourself. So, if there is something that isn't up there, it's not because he doesn't want to do it, but he also has to continue to maintain things like, updating, new bugs such as the new shatter thing and all that stuff. That just happens to take priority most of the time. So I'm sure he's thought about it. It's just, is he gonna have the time to actually do it, if that makes sense, right? So it's more of how many people actually really want to, incinerate guide. Like, what is the demand for it for him to actually try to put the time? And does that make sense? So we're trying to figure it out. Don't. I'm not trying to discourage or anything like that. We're trying to figure it out. But at the moment, give us a little grace on that, especially on the Sork side of things, because there's only one guy, whereas every other class specialist has every other class has at least 3 or 4 specialists for the most part, 2, 3, or 4 specialists. So that's why you see more other class guys kind of get updated either quicker, or we have more builds because, well, there's more of us. Coffee Place, what's going on, man? Rapid fire Heartseeker for Uber Duriel fight. Honestly, rapid fire is a little stronger versus bosses, but you have to kind of think to yourself, do you want to play rapid fire outside of Uber Duriel fight? Usually the answer is no, with the way rapid fire is right now. So I would recommend Heartseeker just because it's a very good overall build. Hey Oxy, any pin shot build you recommend? Not feeling the Great Andes build or rapid fire. The one on Maxroll, Mippy's got a really good in-game pin shot guide. In your Heartseeker guide, you're using Ring of Elements. Where do you get anything but physical? So one cycle is physical lightning and fire, which we have physical, right? So that lasts for 7 seconds. The other cycle is poison, shadow, cold, which we don't get. So we only get technically half the value of it unless you try to plan your fights around the elemental rotation, but it does work for us. Someone asked me, am I using Dex gems? I always do. I don't put it on a guide because it's very glassy. I know people don't want to play like you get hit twice or 3 times and you die. So that's why I don't put it in the guide. And I'm doing topazes instead of sapphire. It's literally the same damage. I'm just literally just doing something for a visual change. What are the new things? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Yeah, but yeah, Heartseeker is just generally a really good overall thing. Ryan, what's going on? Ever tried the Endorios Flurry build? I have not, because I do not have an Endorios. Any ideas on the pin shot build the Chinese player was playing with invigorating strike? He was hitting billions. Well, for one, that Chinese player has some very interesting gear. If you've never seen his gear, it is very expensive. So let's keep that in mind when we have expectations on how hard some builds hit. So 99.9% of players, even if they built that particular setup, won't hit for that hard because they won't have the gear for it. And two, invigorating strikes. He was doing blaze shift, not invigorating strikes. He was trying to take advantage of Trick Sort of Trade legendary node by having a cutthroat ability before shooting pin shots, so he can get 25% more damage. You can do that, but that's like purely like a push setup. That's not something you would want to farm with or do like Ubers with or whatever. So keep in mind what people do sometimes in the high tier pushes don't necessarily correlate to other parts of the game. But it's very good for high tier pushing. But that would be quite off. That would feel quite awful in like a farming setup, or a but I guess a tormented bosses would be fine with it, of course, too. How's everything going so far? Today was mostly okay. I had to babysit today, and so I babysitted, and I realized that I was not as good at Uno as I remembered I was. So let's just say I lost every game except for one of Uno. Yeah, and apparently there's new rules I didn't know about. So I don't know if he was just making it up, if he was like cheating and all. But let's just say I did not win a single game. No, sorry, I did win one, but he didn't acknowledge that I won though. He kind of just brushed it off as if it wasn't a big deal, man. And like that hurt my feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like I tried hard that game, and he just didn't even like acknowledge that I won. And I was feeling good too, man. Like I spanked. I mean, it wasn't even close, man. Like it. You know what I'm saying? But he won every other game though, so it's it's all right. Don't worry. I'll work on it. I just got to get my keybinds right. You know what I mean? For Ubers. Any Twisting Blades S tier build S tier? No. Deciding on Diablo 4. I don't know if you should get it. The 500% biased portion of me will say yes, get it. But I'm going to be honest with you. Have you played Diablo 4? Or sorry, have you played any Diablo games before in the past? Or any action RPG games? Right now, if you like action RPGs, Diablo 4 is in its best state it's ever been, and it's worth the play. You can play a demo, I think, for up to a certain time frame. So you can at least try it out. If you don't like looter shoot like games or grind games in general, Diablo would not necessarily be for you. If I'm going to be 100% honest. So something to consider. Is Heartseeker working in PvP? I mean, I'm not aware of any skills that simply just doesn't work in PvP, like just cuts off and just doesn't do the thing. So I assume it does. Let's see, YouTube there. Iced coffees with another another gift of $5. What's going on, man? Dope, man. Thanks. I'm actually using Heartseeker as we speak, just getting absolutely rocked. You said that this Friday is infuriating you. So are you talking about Duriel? Torment Duriel? It could honestly be just you may not have all your resistances. Like he's poison, and poison is so make sure your poison resist is maxed out, like green to 70 or whatever, before fighting him. So we're gonna try this weapon. I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm pulling a lot of weapons because I know I'm gonna brick at least 5 or 6 of them. So we need to let's see. Here's another one that's brickable. Let's see. And this time I actually do want weapons that have percent damage on it, and there's a reason why for that. The one time I actually do want percent damage, and I gotta see if I actually saved any weapons that I can actually roll that stat on as well. I think this is one. All right, so I think we got 5 crossbows in which we can break. Okay. An amulet that has these stats. Would you still try to masterwork exploit over the other 2? You have exploit. Okay, which are your 2 stats though? You say you have an amulet that has these stats, and you didn't tell me what the stats are. One exploit, 2 frigid finesse, 2 malice. I mean, you have. Okay, that's it. Well, I mean, honestly, whatever crits on any of the passes is fine. Like, don't spend millions upon millions of gold trying to crit on one specific passive of the 3. If you get any crits on any of those passives, you're good, man. Do not try to, like, you're not gonna notice a difference if you crit twice on exploit and then once on frigid finesse, or you crit twice on malice and then 1 on exploit. Like you're not gonna actually notice a difference. I promise you. How did I max up my res? Paragon board, and the right gems. If we do exclamation mark build, I'll show you how. Model play crossbow, isn't bow better? It doesn't matter. Literally for Heartseeker, it does not matter. You either attack faster with the bow or you hit harder with the crossbow. It does not matter. A lot of people tend to go bow because they like the way it feels. But in terms of DPS is concerned, it literally is roughly the same. Actually, the crossbow is like 3% better, 2 to 3% better in like a min-max build. But it's still not enough to go crossbow over a bow if you prefer a bow. Electro One, what's going on? Sorry, I'm trying to answer both chats real quick, but we do need to actually get and start bricking the items real quick. So losing Uno to a kid? Are you joking, bro? Man, you haven't seen this kid. Like he's like 3 years old now. He's like 3.5. This dude can name dinosaurs I've never heard of before. This kid is smart, man. I'm telling you. Why percent damage? You're about to find out. When do you find intercom better than elements? Usually when you're pushing really high pits. But that's if you're planning on standing still. If you don't plan on standing still a lot of the time, it doesn't really matter. Isn't vulnerable damage on crossbow better? Well, yes. That's why I'm saying I'm doing a new build, a new setup. Right? New setup probably means I'm not playing the old setup. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. So now I want percent damage for something different than what I'm doing. Greetings. Low key, really enjoying Tyrios with Heartseeker. I appreciate that. Do you just like the way the proc effect looks? Is that why? Did you see someone reported mods for using the name Bowjob? Oh man, that's funny. That's actually funny. Why I don't play the Flurry build, or why you don't play the Flurry build? Is it not good for endgame? Which Flurry build? There's a Grenades Flurry, there's a Andariel's Flurry, and there's a just regular actual Flurry. Do you like topaz better than sapphire? It's literally it's the same thing. It's the same damage, really. Topazes is like 0.01% better. I just decided to switch yesterday for fun. I promise you, there is no secret tech that I'm not telling you. If I come across something that's better, I will let you know. Just like the whole shared misery video that I did. Is there an issue with adaptability? Seems like some of us are stuck with it at 90% in the codex, where max is meant to be 100. Where did you put your adaptability at, Justice? Where do you have it at? Do you have it on your amulet? Or do you have it on a ring? Am I still at 1500% with vulnerable topaz? Well, keep in mind that the sapphires it's only 20% each, so you only lose 80. It's not like you drop off like 500 vulnerability, right? It's just it's 20% per gem, because the reason why the topazes aren't a bad idea either. It's really the same thing. Smart move, letting the kid win. Like I said, he can name all the dinosaurs I've never heard of before. I think you guys are underestimating how good this 3-year-old was. I'm telling you, this 3-year-old. I mean, we're talking about like Sheldon levels of like genius smart. I'm just saying. No, I'm kidding. All right. You said, so why don't I play the Flurry build, the Andy build? Okay, so in order to play the Andariel's build, right? I would need, let's see, the Andariel's helm, which is an uber unique, which is really rare. So let me check and see if I have a random Andariel sitting around here. Let's see. Nope. No helm is on this slot. Let's see. Do I have an Andariel's helm? Nope. 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 And no. So that is the reason why I don't play it, because I don't have an Andariel's helm. You have it on an amulet? Okay. You probably honestly just need to keep farming and like get a better adaptability. It's hard to get like that because it's a rare aspect. So my advice to you is to keep gambling rings. I mean, well, when you don't have a 9 to 5, you can get good at Una. Probably, man. I saw that 3-year-old's Heartseeker build. I think it's better than Deoxys. Was it a boat job with the happy DVS? I can't believe someone actually reported him for that though. That's actually hilarious. So why didn't I think of that? Anyhow, okay, so we got 5 crossbows that we can break. I need another one with some percent damage on it. I guess I can. Doesn't really matter. Sword or dagger doesn't really matter here. I think this is good to break. So this is a good one. It's got crit damage on it too, so I guess that works. So that's a good one to break. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is pretty good to break. We can do that one. Actually, kind of want to hold on to that one for something different. I don't want to use that one. That one's actually kind of good. Let's see here. I still want to hold on to a few has crit damage that might be pretty decent, because I do want to play rapid fire again at some point. So, oh, I can brick this one. This is a good one to brick. All right, yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. I'm excited to have things I can break. That's actually kind of sad. All right, here's a good one to break. Okay, that's good. This is a good choice here. Ooh, I don't want to take a risk for that. That's one for rapid fire. I think I'm gonna save that one. Hey, this one actually has a
Shut up and take my money.
Eric donated $10.
Eric with a
What do you
$10
think
tip.
of this amulet? Should I still be looking for an exploit role? Thanks, love your stream.
Hey man, so how do I look at your amulet? Because you said, what do I think of the amulet? Can you tell me what the stats are? I'm sorry. My brother found a GA amulet, exploit GA lucky hit amulet, but didn't want to sell. It bricked. Oof. My bad. I just saw a YouTube video with the indie build, not clicking the planner, and saw that you were live. So I thought it was your. Oh no. That's Zario. Zario is the genius behind the Andario setup. That's not me. That is not me. I mean, we're friends. Don't get me wrong. Like, we're cool. We're cool. We talk a lot. But nah, he's the genius behind that build. This combination not used anymore. Nope. Most uniques are pretty bad right now. Yo, just organically ran into you in the game. And you didn't say hi or nothing? You didn't. Oh, you did. That was you. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My bad. I guess I was a rude one for not like saying anything. My bad. To the aimless, that's when the donut message. Okay. Yeah, it didn't like. Yeah, it didn't show up. I'm sorry. Can you? Damage percent. Does it affect damage of Heartseeker? No. It's a. I'm cooking up something completely different. I'm gonna say completely different, but definitely different. So, and it has nothing to do with Heartseeker. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with Heartseeker in a victimized fashion. I'll put it that way. Is Malice better than Fidget Finesse in terms of consistency? For Heartseeker, yes. For Rapid Fire or Barrage, no. Boston in 5? I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to say Boston takes it, but I just think I think Kyrie's gonna go ham, man. Kyrie's gonna go ham, and that's gonna be the end of that. Honestly, that's what I think. Y'all said Wolves in 5 too, yeah. Does Code Imbue crit damage do more to the boss at the end of the pit or fully committed poison imbue barrage? The combo points barrage would do more damage overall. Although the poison barrage is very close and probably more fun to play. Cold barrage is definitely a little stronger. Any news of Holy Boar Elixir getting nerfed? I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard this in a while. All right, guys, we need to get to breaking. Okay. I love chatting with y'all, but we have a job to do. All right, we have to build a neighborhood. We have to finish the neighborhood we started yesterday. Ham on Drew and White. I mean, bro, like I don't see either one of them being able to guard Kyrie or Luka, really. Yeah, I think right now, if anything, the series is gonna ride on whether or not Luka can stay healthy long enough to like, you know, throughout the series, because he's been banged up, man. He's still pulling it off, but also banged up. Just found a GA pants with 4 to Heartseeker, but they're 869. Are they better than 925 pants with 3? I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, the only thing that a 925 pant will give you over 869 is more armor. So as long as you can cap armor, it doesn't matter. I mean, I had a week off. Surely it helps. I mean, he has bad knees. I don't know if like 1 week is going to fix both knees being all right. All right, so I guess we'll start with this crossbow, right? So, all right, we want to do, what do we want to do here? So we're still gonna technically do Heartseeker. So we need to actually temper Heartseeker. And we... Wow, I got Forceful Arrow. Is that three times in a row? Heartseeker duration. Alright. Invigorating Strike duration. Invigorating Strike duration. I think we bricked it. Yep. We're on the first roll. First roll. That is unfortunate. Alright, sir. I might not even be able to get the first temper. All right. Ouch. Okay, that's a good roll, but problem is I'm not going to be able to get my crowd control damage. I doubt it. Although percent damage wouldn't be too bad, but crowd control damage is absolutely what I need though. So let me see if I can get on the first try. Oof. That is it, I think. Yep, that is it. So brick number 2, unfortunately. At least this one was a better brick. So this is a more solid foundational brick. All right, so here we go. Is Porzingis even going to be healthy? I actually forgot he even played for Boston. To be honest with you. Just like I forgot he played for Dallas, I also forgot he played for Boston. Heartseeker duration. Forceful Arrow. Probably should do I could do it with Puncture. But I really want to do it with Heartseeker though. First. Rough. Bro, how did I get Heartseeker projectiles 1 out of what, 15 tries? Once out of 15 tries. At least we can hold on to this because we might be able to turn this into a puncture thing later if I can't get what I'm looking for. But here we go. Our topaz is better than sapphires and weapons. It's the same thing. Literally, it's the same thing. At the end of the day. You take attack speed or lucky hit chance priority. Struggling to get lucky hit ups. Since I'm running Ghost for faster clears. Probably lucky hit. But I mean, it's whatever you can get, honestly. I mean, the difference between all the stats, vulnerable, lucky hit, crit chance, lucky attack speed, up to a certain point in crit chance, they're all pretty valuable. So, I mean, there really is no like wrong, like absolute wrong route there. Well, what's going on? What is the main idea behind a new Heartseeker build? You'll see. You shall see. Yay, we got crowd control enemies, but it's only 94%. I got the lowest roll. Oof. All right. Well, at least we got the roll. So we're going to at least say that that's a win, even though it's a pretty sad win, but it's a win. You know, nonetheless, but that's all right. Do you have any other interest in this claim? We'll say, do any other class interest you in this game, or is it rogue all the way? I do like Sork and Druid, but I do spend a lot of time on rogue because there's a lot of, especially right now, because there's a lot of things I kind of want to experiment with on the class. So I tend to kind of like do a fine comb of rogue in general before playing a different class. For me, faster attacks equal more procs for CC. The difference between having more procs for CC is like next to none. Because keep in mind, you shoot one time, you get 4 chances to proc CC. So that one shot is probably gonna proc that CC, or the second shot might proc that CC. So it's not even like when people say more CCs, like it will be different if like your chance to CC or is like very low. If your chance to CC is very low, then having a higher attack speed will matter considerably more. But since basically one arrow should be able to freeze, stun, daze, whatever, then the attack speed holds little to no relevance in that equation. What it does do though is that it makes Undying and Umbra's proc more often, 22% more often. So it's better defense at the end of the day. That's what that does. More procs does not equal more damage from what people are trying to correlate. It's not. You're doing the same exact damage. You're just doing it in a different manner. So if you're picking one bow or over the other, or bow over crossbow or crossbow over bow, it's because you're doing it out of preference, and that's okay, right? I choose crossbow because I like the way it sounds, and I am not ashamed of admitting that. I will not try to argue or try to make it sound like it's way better in the bow by like doing some gymnastics there, because it's really the same thing. Okay, well that one is brick. I think I tried to do another one just to see if I can get another one, but no. So that is gone. All right, so I guess it's time to brick the swords. Are topazes better than sapphires and weapons? It doesn't matter. You know what? I'm gonna actually, so I don't get that question a lot, because I'm gonna get that often. We're gonna take off the weapons here, because I know I'm gonna get that question a lot. So we're gonna, it's the same thing, honestly. It really is. We're gonna just hide the weapons, all right? I'm hiding my weapons from y'all. Y'all can't see them.
What do you need?
Is there any build for Rogue that uses overpowered? No. LMAO, crossbow, everybody pointing. Zay, what's going on? What's the most efficient way to farm gear for gear, chat? The pit? Helltide. Helltide is the most efficient way. Is there a chance for Heartseeker to cast twice mandatory at 100%, or could you get away with 95%? I mean, you literally can get away with 95%. If you're not trying to min-max, 95% is fine. Like, you're not going to notice the difference between 95% and 100%. So if you have a 95%, it is totally okay. All right, so I guess, do I want to try to do the same thing, or do I want to try to do something different? I guess I won't need Caltrap's duration this time around. So what do I want on a sword? So I can do, I could do Elemental Surge here. Like, it actually would make sense over Caltrap duration, technically. But getting Elements of Surge and crowd control is going to be really hard. Heartseeker duration goes hard, I hear. I hear it goes long. I don't know about hard. At least that's what she said. All right. A few other streamers have said bow is better because of more victimized explosions, is more damage. Is that not true? No, it's not true. Math says this. Okay, if you attack 22% faster, but you deal 22% more damage, how in the world is that any, how math, with math being suggested, how is that more damage? So, and I don't really like doing a lot of math, okay? So if one hits 22% harder, one shoots 22% faster, you end up with the same damage. It means that the you might get more victimized explosions with the bow, but you get 22% more victimized explosions. But on the crossbow, those victimized explosions are going to deal 22% more damage. So you even out at the end of the day. So that's just, I don't know how to make it even, more plain than that. All right, so Plarp, what's going on? You said, sorry, Mr. Dodona, just wondering if I should find one with exploit. So, concussive is actually okay, and because you have concussive, you can get rid of the critical strike chance. So, Plarp, if I were you, I would just roll exploit on that amulet that you already have. So just do exploit and then keep them, the +3 to, or +7 to malice. It's a good amulet. What's your main source of Veil Crystal? Salvaging legendaries. That's kind of really it that you can do. Helltide is really good for that. You have to take the data after shooting for a full minute straight to really see any difference between 95 and 100. Yeah, I know. Yep, pretty much. Also appreciate the follow, John. All right, so I don't know. So this is going to be really hard because if I try to do Surge, which Surge would actually work well with this, but so would Caltrap's duration too. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe I'll do both. But let's start with crowd control duration so I can at least try something and it's not completely bricked, I guess. Maybe we can do one Caltrap's duration and one Surge. How about that? So let's do, wait a minute. All right, so yeah, let's start with crowd control. Oof, why do I keep rolling the lowest roll of crowd control? Why? Like why? Like why is that the thing? For that, just for that, we're gonna do elemental surge on this one then. Since it wanted to troll me. Fire damage, no. We need physical here. Actually, I might take shadow. Shadow actually might not be bad for what I'm trying to do. Actually, I got plus 4,000 physical on this. Okay, actually, that's actually good. That's actually not bad. All right, so this is usable. So we'll save that. We'll put this one over here, down here. Okay, so let's try this one now. We'll start with, let's see, natural finesse. What about Doombringer? Would it be good? That's up to you, Bruno. Doombringer is a purely defensive item. So you'll be a lot tougher, but you'll be replacing a purely offensive item. So you're trading a lot of damage for a lot of defense. It is up to you if that is worth it. You use it, it does decent damage, nowhere near as good as a regular legendary sword or dagger, because you're missing actual damage tempers and ones that are multiplicative. So it's nowhere near a legendary dagger or a sword on a rogue. I'll make sure I clarify, on a rogue. Do you think resetting temper is good, Dime? Actually, I think the idea of tempers breaking is fine. I just think that the amount of times you can roll is just too low. I think 5 per category is fine instead of 5 stretched between the two. And better tempers. Like, it's easy to break on a rogue because rogues have pretty awful tempers. So you only want one thing out of the category. Whereas like on a necro, you don't brick nearly as often because you have so many decent choices, right? So honestly, it's just really not even. It's just pretty uneven in terms of like the tempers you would want. So I think people would be more so okay with things, you know, bricking if the options weren't, oh, this is really good, and then every other option is terrible. You know what I'm saying? Like on the Rogue, for instance, like Heartseeker, you weren't vulnerable damage. Every other option on the Cutthroat temper is terrible. You never want any of them, no matter what happens, right? But if you had at least maybe vulnerable damage, maybe you had like, I don't know, like, I can't think of what else would actually be good. Vulnerable damage, maybe dexterity, maybe something like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you might be like, okay, I got dex. I didn't get vulnerable, but I at least got dex. It's not that bad. But you see what I'm saying? What am I experimenting today? It's kind of hard to explain. It's something I'm gonna have to show. Because if I try to explain it, then I'm gonna get both chats like saying, "Huh? I don't understand. Please elaborate." And I'll be spending a lot of time trying to do it. So I'd rather just put it together and show you. Sorry, Mr. Donut. I answer Plart. Roll that crit chance into exploit is what I said. I think. So it's a decent amulet. Just roll the crit chance into exploit because concussive gives you crit chance. So you don't need crit chance roll on that amulet. So roll that to exploit is what I would do. Oh, I missed it because I asked. Okay, no problem. We're trying to push Masterworking on Heartseeker hit twice instead of just bumping vulnerable. What do you mean? You want to try to get as close to 100% as possible. So I mean, if you're like a 70 or 80%, then yeah, you definitely want to get another roll. Okay, so my thought is, do I want to do Caltrap's Duration here, or do I want to do Elemental Surge? Do I think a GA 3 GA bow for Heartseeker is that much better than a 2 GA Dex Max Life? Not really, no. I honestly don't think three GA weapons on a Heartseeker roll isn't really that big of a deal. You get in chances, I mean, you'll either get a little bit more life or you'll get a little bit more dexterity. It's not going to really make an actual huge difference in like your DPS overall unless all three of your weapons are 3 GA. Then we're kind of talking. But if you just have one weapon that's like 3 GA and the other two are a lot, that one weapon being 3 GA isn't that big of a deal. It really isn't. Definitely not worth the prices that are out there on the market right now. Nowhere near. Yeah, I guess we'll do Trap's Duration. How about that? We'll do Trap's Duration on this. Well, if we can get it. We'll try to get Trap Duration. That's the... Trap size. How many rolls I got left? Duration. I got the lowest roll. Of course I would get the lowest roll on that. Why wouldn't I get the lowest roll on that? Okay, so at least we got usable weapons here. We got usable weapons. I gotta roll both of these maximum life greater affixes into percent damage roll, which I know sounds super weird to do, but I will explain. Yeah, instead of just using 100% on their bow, using 50 on the bow, 50 on the sword. Well, you can't really get 50 on a sword, but yeah. But generally speaking, if you can get it on one roll, it'll be better. Not gonna lie, it's hard to watch people temper because it gives me major PTSD flashback. I brick so oh yeah, I did too. I have too. I'm surprised I didn't brick all these. I prepped this. I prepped all of these to brick today. Like that was the point, was to brick every single one of these. And fortunately I didn't, but I did brick these though. I did brick these three. So we did get some Come
back if you need work. Anything else?
Get PTSD from the word cut through. Peach, what's going on? So yeah, we're gonna I wish the chance of each effect was transparent. That it definitely does not seem like an even distribution. They say that it's actually supposed to be even, but who really knows? On your Barrage Rogue endgame build, what is the rationale behind the cold imbuement for the last +2 cast on all your jury? Because you attack fast. So you're gonna go through a lot of your cold imbuement, and you do not want to cast any barrages without cold imbuement. And since you have no cooldown reduction anywhere, you want as many cold imbuement tempers as you possibly can get. Is health tied the best place to farm greater FX items? Yes.
What will it be?
There's a guy that tested 600 rolls. Look pretty distributed. The results are there though. Yeah. So I mean, it's easy to kind of have like a recency bias, right? Where it's like, oh man, like vulnerable didn't show up like 16 times when I tried, and it didn't show up at all, not even once. And I mean, that happens, right? It sucks, don't get me wrong, but it happens. It's the nature of RNG. That's just action RPGs in general. Okay, so what do I need? What do I need on rings? I guess dexterity would make the most sense. Dexterity or crit damage would actually make the most sense here. I know you guys have no idea what I'm trying to do. I promise I will explain the closer I get there. But it's a lot of theory crafting that I'm kind of like just rolling with at the moment. I think crit damage. Well, I'm gonna say crit damage won't work, but it might work for one variant, but not the other. So that's kind of an issue. I guess I might just want to focus on just the trifecta here of the crit chance, lucky hit chance, attack speed might just be the best route since the other stats don't really scale. Going pin shot? No, something different. Percent damage on ring as well. I don't think I really want to do that. I don't think I'll get enough value out of that to do it. On the weapon I can, because it doesn't conflict with any other stat. Like I'll just remove maximum life for percent damage and I still have everything else I want. On rings, there are just too many good stats that I will actually want. I'm planning on switching to Heartseeker soon, but not sure what the right time is. Is getting 4 G8 lucky hit items your only recommendation? You just hit 100 and was using Barrage build before. I mean, honestly, the GAs aren't as important. Just as long as you have the stats or close to the stats that you see, it's fine. Obviously, we don't expect everyone to have GAs before you start a build. But just look in the description. I have a link to the build as well as the planner. And if you go to the build itself on Maxroll, in the facts section, it kind of gives you when you can actually make the switch over. You don't know if this has been asked before, but Tyrios might fit in the Heartseeker build. Oh no, bro, that has never been asked before. No one's ever asked me that, ever. It's like no one's ever asked me if Doombringer fits. No one's ever asked me if a Shearer's Dagger, fits. I'm totally joking with you. Tyrios might doesn't make sense in the build like this because the proc, which is why people want it. Like they want it, and it's like, oh, it's a rare item and it has a core proc, right? That'll work for Heartseeker, right? Because you can proc it a lot, right? Problem is, Victimize doesn't buff the proc. So the Victimize key passive is only for the explosion, not your damage. So you're gonna get a really weak proc from Tyrios Might. So it's only just the defensive chest. If you're just gonna take a defensive chest, you might as well just do a regular legendary chest with Dark Shroud rings for a ton of defense, and then you pick an additional aspect that would actually be useful, whereas the Tyrios Might proc is useless in a build like this. Sword or crossbow? I'm actually I don't know, man. I think the Magnum actually the Magnum is the play, honestly. You know, I only like this song because of Kendra's verse at the end, or sorry, midway. So it's the only reason why this song is in my it's in my playlist. The beat is nice, but like everyone else's lyrics is just like real, just plain and blah. So, but Kendra's line in this though, his verse, fire. You can't hear the song. Y'all can hear it, right? Well, on Twitch, right? YouTube, you can't hear it, but on Twitch, you can. Shaco or might aspect work versus against bosses, either or. You said it's a little quiet. Yeah, I can actually, I could fix that for you. Hold on, give me a sec. Let's see. It can't be too loud though, because I gotta make sure you guys can hear me. Appreciate the, was it sub? Apache, what's going on? 11 months in a row. Appreciate you. Actually, I gotta do filters. Hold on. I'm gonna only bump it up a little bit. This is the verse. It's just be, yo, that verse. That's it. That's it. I don't care about the rest of the song. I don't care about the rest of the song. That was it. And want to vent about the new Rapid Fire Unique is so trash. Oh, I already did. I made a whole video about it like a month ago, back in PTR. I am with you. All right, so we need to do natural finesse. Did they hear Drake's new song? I actually haven't been hearing much of anything from either. So like I've been so busy in the recent, like ever since the season started, that I have not been keeping up, honestly, past the first 3 diss tracks from Kendrick and the first 3 from Drake. Past that point, I have not kept up with anything, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Don't break this early. Come on. You said Drake or Kendrick. Honestly, I'm that guy that doesn't take sides. I'm the one instigating, telling the other side that they suck. Like your diss is trash, basically. So I'm that guy of like, bro, did you just hear Drake's diss, man? Like, for real, Kendrick? You gonna let him do you like that, man? Like, for real, man? Like, you Kendrick, y'all. You K-Dog, man. What's going on with you, man? I'm that guy. And then when, like, you know, Kendrick come out with something like that, I'm on Drake's page. Like, bro, Drake, I know you heard K-Dog shit, right? Like, bro, you've been in this game for a long time. You gonna let him do you like that? Like, I'm that guy. Why? Because I want more music. We all win, right? Kendrick actually releases consistently, which is a W. Drake is actually rapping, right? That's a W. We all win. I'm just saying. I'm the one instigating. So just saying. So there is so there is a version that I'm trying to do that actually might include shadow imbue. So I think I actually might want the shadow imbue cast, but or the shadow imbue last for more casts or whatever. So I'm actually on the fence about that. But I think I'm gonna go with the agility cooldown for now. Yeah, let's go with agility cooldown of some sort. Dash cooldown. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You kind of can't break the agility part of it, so at least this is usable, y'all. So we got one usable. Actually, do I even need the lucky hit chance? Actually, I don't need the lucky hit chance on this, do I? Maybe on the glove. I already got a glove. Let's have vulnerable damage on this. So I'm gonna need a new glove. Damn. All right. All right. So we're gonna have to try this ring. So Tragic keeps missing the target, and without it, the damage loss is colossal. Oh yeah, no, I actually sent a pretty big feedback directly to the devs about the ring, and apparently there's a Blizzard post saying they're looking into making changes to that particular unique ring. So, okay, 65%, that will work. So we'll kind of see how that. We'll kind of see what they will do with that. So can you hear me, ma? And I'm in need. Did they make Butcher easier or something? No. Keep in mind, we are a lot stronger than we used to be previous seasons. So, yeah. I guess Dex is fine. We can keep Dex, right? Dex is good. All right, so we'll do this one. Natural finesse. Plus enemies now. But yes, you're right. Manura. Yeah, you're right. It is literally unplayable on a controller. I literally made that exact point. So controller or console, basically, you can't really play rapid fire, which is kind of silly. Wow. Bruh. That was not the play, sir. Ring, this was not the play. You done messed up. You done messed up, son. All right. I guess yeah, I guess we'll have to try this one. How this one feels. Holla, we want prenup. We want prenup. It's something that you need to have. She gonna leave with half. Oh, not that it wasn't his. You have some rings I can break. I got a couple more. I got some backup bricks. It's okay. I'm mostly prepared for this. So yeah, I guess I got some backup bricks, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you lending me your bricks, but Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. That's good enough. All right, so we'll do that. And then we have one more ring that we can kind of hold on to for a bit. So just in case. All right, so we need sadly, we need a new amulet. So with what I'm trying to do, exploit and malice won't double dip. So we legit need a new amulet. Actually, this amulet actually might be right. Although I don't know if I really want to. This can be used for multiple purposes, like something like actually good. I don't know if I want to mess with that for experimental purposes. Oh, that one's already tempered. Malice doesn't double or triple dip in this setup either, so they roll vulnerable damage on that, so can't do that. I might have to go with the really basic amulet here. I guess I can play around with this one. This one's kind of meh, but... Or let's see what we got here. Actually, the 10.9% dex actually might not be a bad idea here. I'm taking all kinds of stats, and that my chat's like, what the hell is Dioxide doing? What do you mean percent dex isn't a bad idea on the amulet? What are you smoking? Is that a close combat Heartseeker? No, it's not. You just ran with the support druid, kill them all. Who has a support druid? How much lucky hit you need for Heartseeker? I'm gonna say you need, but it's nice to have lucky hit chance anywhere that you can get it. So as many places as you can get it would be nice. Okay, so temporary. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna put still crowd damage to crowd control enemies here. And I get on the first try, but what is with all these low rolls on these crowd control stuff, man? Really? I'm getting lowballed on these look at that, 94%. Like the bottom end of that. 47%, which is the bottom end. I'm gonna be missing a lot of crowd control. Damage versus crowd control. This is feeling kind of awful. Like thoughts on swapping debilitating toxins for rugged? I mean, you can. I don't use debilitating toxins right now in general. And hardcore, you probably want to, but yeah. Someone Snuggy. Oh, okay. From Snuggy Stream, gotcha. Isn't Frigid Finesse better to have an exploit? I mean, it depends on the build. If you're playing Rapid Fire Barrage, absolutely. If you're doing what I'm trying to do, which I haven't really revealed what I'm trying to do yet, then yes, Frigid Finesse is better. But in the Heartseeker, exploit is better, slightly better. Okay, so what do I want here, though? I guess I probably would need armor percent to be able to cap armor, right? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do armor percent here. All right, so defensive. Oof. It's a pretty awful roll on that, but I guess that will work. That'll work. Okay, so we got the amulet now. We got the amulet rings. Now we need the glove. All right, do we have a glove we can kind of get away with? This one has attack speed on it. Hey, well. It doesn't have crit chance on it, but it does have dex. I can roll the lucky hit chance to crit chance. But I actually kind of want the lucky hit chance here. I mean, I still need some. Wait, this amulet has... Oh, that amulet has lucky hit chance on it. Okay. I don't know. Well, actually, you know what? You know what? Actually, wait a minute. So I'm gonna try two different things. We're gonna first try what I'm gonna do with Pain Gorgers first. So we're gonna actually maybe have a use for this unique, by the way, which probably should raise some eyebrows, right? What's the consensus for Caltrop size versus duration? I feel like duration is so much better for the damage buff, especially on bosses. Well, I mean, generally speaking, having one size and one duration is usually kind of nice to have. Getting two duration is nice for like super high pit pushing. Like super high, we're talking about like fishing pit pushing, like that kind of thing, where you're leaving the pit because you got the wrong boss kind of pushing. But it is kind of hard to keep things into a smaller caltrop, so you have to like get the size back with either the snare glyph or something, or you know, play in a really tight window, honestly. So I guess depends on what you're trying to do. Okay, so let me also get a glove just in case Pain Gorgeous doesn't work out. So I guess we can try this glove as a backup. Snare glyph scan me off a grenade. It's actually kind of like the snare glyph is actually kind of like pretty good for Heartseeker, believe it or not. I actually changed out Ranger for snare glyph, since Ranger is technically just 10% damage reduction. The additive damage means nothing. And I kind of liked it, and that allowed me to roll 2 duration on both of my swords. So kind of worked out, believe it or not. I just never talked about it. Cooking up a Grasp with Shadow Sound clone build. I'll let you know if you make it past pit 10. I wonder if I wonder if the pit will allow you, if the obelisk will actually allow you to open it with Shadow Clone on your bar. You know how like you have those like you must be this tall to ride this ride type thing? You must have this many useful skills on your bar to enter the pit. Oh man. All right. Okay, and oh, this one's a freeze. Okay, so I'm gonna want to freeze on this. You know what? By the way, so this is a different day. We're not gonna do it today. We're not gonna test it today. But I have something I want to test later on. I actually think that crowd control duration might be a very underrated stat on Heartseeker. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about it right now. We're gonna spend most of this week experimenting with things. So just make sure that you are tuned in to this particular stream this week, and we'll talk about it a bit later. Like crowd control duration might probably will equate to some actual like more damage, like in general. But I do need to test some things because I don't know. There's some things I don't know about, so I'll be speaking with Ava on some things. So only for super high pit though. I think even if you want to do like slightly higher speeds, like let's say you want to do like 110 speeds instead of 105 speeds, there's a there might be a reason for that too. Just a cow traps for CC duration? No, so not for cow traps. Like I said, we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about it later. I will keep you guys in the know the more things I do with it. But right now, we're gonna go roll freeze chance on this. Or try to. Let's go again. And it's slow. All right, I guess we'll take it. Stagger duration, the minus, it's not the same thing as there. Oh, I know. I know. It's not that, Wilson. When we get there at some point this week or whatever, you'll see why I'm saying what I'm saying. Victimized proc lower than 50% on bosses, no. Bro is trying as hard as to get Heartseeker nerfed. Oh man. All right. So now that I think we got most of the pieces. Most. Because we're wearing some right now. So I think now it's time to. Hopefully, I have enough angel breath to actually roll the stuff I want to roll. That might be a problem. Because I gave him all my angel breath last time. What is it, bro? Wilson, wait. No, just wait. Because I'm trying to focus on this. I can't focus on creating a completely different setup for something. Or something similar, and try to explain it at the same time. Especially with two different chats. We'll get there. We'll get there, sir. Removing poison trap and trying out cold Heartseeker. Well, you can't really do cold Heartseeker because you can't imbue Heartseeker. All right, so let me see something here. Okay, so what do we got first? We're gonna. Okay, so I don't really have that much angel breath left. Okay, so we need to get rid of maximum health. So we're gonna be pretty glassy in this setup, by the way, because we're gonna well, I mean, because there's two different things I want to do, which one requires percent damage and the other one doesn't. So I guess I might need to be careful what I roll here. I guess naturally crit damage is kind of what I want. I don't have a lot of angel breaths, so I need to be careful. Okay, and we want percent damage here. Okay, that works. And then percent damage. Okay, we did it. All right. Now this amulet is going to be troll. I really don't even know what I want here, to be honest. And I'm about to be real low on some angel breath, y'all. We're about to not be able to roll what we need to roll. Oh man. I could take percent damage here, but it's on the movement speed for now. It's not what I want, but we'll kind of keep going later. Actually, imprinting requires angel breath too, right? If I'm not mistaken. Or no? No, it doesn't. Okay, okay. No, okay. We're kind of okay then. I think we're kind of okay. But I just realized we do have a slight problem though. And that is, I'm gonna have to run a curse touch it. Because I know I'm not gonna have enough angel breath to get a curse touch on any of these rings right now. So we got a problem there. You got a good way to get gold. I sold a really good amulet. Not amulet, sorry. A really good pair of pants. My old way of getting gold was Stygian stones. I was selling these for like 25 million a pop, like each or whatever. That was like my first real way of doing it. But now the values drop because there's a dupe out, so they're not worth nearly as much anymore. But yeah, I saw like literally a GG pants that I found. It had GA, it had double GA, dexterity, and Heartseeker on it. So it was like going for like over 2 billion gold. And I sold it to one of my members in chat for like 1.3 billion gold. So that's why you see all this here. Found a 3GA ring yesterday with AS crit and lucky. Sold it for 9 bill. Really, it was worth that much. And with this without passives for any class, really, it was worth that much. Okay, but did they break the 10 pants? I have no idea. I haven't seen them. Where do you sell them? I mean, I guess I sold them to a friend. So, like, in chat. So, but you can sell them on like a trade site, Diablo trade, or Crimson Market. What bid am I going for? It's kind of hard to explain what I'm trying to do. When I get it together, because it's like different. No one's done what I'm trying to do right now. So when I get it together, hopefully it'll make more sense. But it's hard for me to like explain exactly what I'm doing. You gotta make friends, yeah. Oof. Yeah. Well, I guess you can call them acquaintances, right? I guess anyone on stream is, it's kind of hard to really consider, a friend type thing. But you can say they're, an acquaintance or a. I like to sound different. Yeah, so I'm trying. So there's a couple of things I want to do tonight, and there's one thing I want to do that people have been trying to do or been like saying, "Have you tried such and such?" But doesn't work with a previous setup. So I'm gonna try to see if I can make it work with this particular setup. But I don't know. I won't know until I try. In a sense, like you can theory it in a sense, but the game is really interesting in terms of like what actually works and what doesn't. So yeah. Do you know anyone I can buy gold enchanting my sector drive? I mean, there's plenty of third-party sites that you can buy gold from, but it's pretty sketch. I don't really recommend you go like spend real money on gold. But you technically can. That's what you want to know. But I would be careful about that. Trying to be careful on my angel breaths because I ain't got much. That's dex. I might have to settle for a dex on this. Like dex on these two with lucky hit chance. Okay. I'm a little concerned about not having enough crit chance. But I got lucky a chance on both of these. And then there's a glove here. Lucky a chance on it. I guess I can do crit chance here instead of lucky hit chance. Thing about it is it gonna really roll? Crit chance without me running out of yeah, I don't think I'm gonna hit crit chance with it. Refs I got left. Ah, we get it. All right, cool. But I kind of want to do Pain Gorgeous first. So we're gonna try Pain Gorgeous first, and then we're gonna go with the other thing. Man, I'm gonna be real strapped for aspects though. Jeez. Like I'm not gonna be able to use elements or edge masters with the way that things are looking right now. So just get a good item and sell. I mean that's kind of hard too as well. But Elia, I mean, do a lot of whisper farming and start selling your gear to the vendor instead of salvaging if you got a lot of salvage materials already. Okay, I think everything else I can kind of hold on to and keep. I think. Although I think I might be better off with the regular helm versus Shaco, but we'll see. I want to try Pain Gorgeous. So, speaking of which, though, is it causing Angel Breath to Masterwork? It does not. Okay. Amulet here, and then we got two ring backups, right? We got a backup glove and a backup ring. Okay, we kind of got something. What's my crowd control damage like? Where's that 9153? That's concerning. We'll figure out resistances in a minute. They're all over the place right now. Slow, so I guess we'll definitely pick it up on the Paragon board, and it's pretty much the only way I can do it that way. Now I gotta construct my aspects now, so we need Moonrise here, absolutely. Adaptability here. Retribution is a must have. So we have to do Retribution because of the double dip stuff. Retribution. Past that point, it gets a little dicey. There's Edge Masters. Edge Masters elements, which I can trade for something else different. So, but we probably could need to do rapid here at the very least. But I also need a Curse Touch though. I wish I didn't. I honestly wish I didn't. I guess I don't necessarily need it. Actually, do I absolutely need a Curse Touch? I probably don't. I don't really necessarily need a way to prop vulnerable. Retribution proc on pit bosses when they're staggered, yeah. How do you have that much gold? Where do I farm? I sold a really GG pair of pants that I found. As well as I used to steal Stygian Stone. Where's the best place to farm for Angel Breath right now? Helltide. What's his gloves? Pangorgers. I'm trying something a little different. Wait for me to kind of like get this together, and I will explain up. But both Edge Masters, yeah. I'm gonna. How to run on the Angel Breath? I enchant a lot. I enchanted a lot last stream. So enchanting is expensive. So if you don't if you don't enchant a lot and you do a lot of Helltide, then yeah, you're gonna have a lot of Angel. I do a lot of Pit. I don't do as much Helltide anymore. So that kind of explains a lot. Rapid. So definitely have to have rapid. Problem is I can't. Okay, so I can't do. If I do Pangorgers, I can't do the other thing. Stern. All right. So Pangorgers might actually have to be out the equation. We'll see. Is there a release window for the expansion? Sometime later this year. Am I changing builds? Yes. Yes-ish. Yes-ish. The stream where I put the Oculus into it. Yeah, I did. Yep, that was that one. Clagmire, what's going on? First starter of the season, having fun. Why the new poison over concealment? Preference. Concealment is better for like super high tier pushing, but I don't really do a lot of that. If at all, really. I like poison trap for farming. I like having an extra crit chance and an easier way to prot retribution. Concealment doesn't really do anything for speed farming. I'm already at maximum speed. I don't really need to conceal if I'm killing everything. This Ash Knight cosmetic, yes. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Throwback. Evolution to Heartseeker, kind of. It's a different way to do a couple of different things I've always wanted to try, but you have to actually have the gear and the setup to actually try it. So this is the stream where I literally experiment with a bunch of different ways to do something revolving around Heartseeker and some other things I haven't talked about, but we'll get there. But I'm gonna have to literally redo my entire Paragon board because we do want this though, exploit weakness, but I actually might need to do it might be smarter to do my Paragon board in the planner somewhere. So we actually might just yeah, we might need to do this outside the game. All right, hold up. All right. Can you guys see that? I've done a lot better with my tabs, by the way. This is nowhere near as many tabs as I normally have. So I went down from like 100 and something tabs to like, I don't know, 20 something. So definitely an improvement. What is one, by the way? What was this? I don't even know what this was. All right, so let's take an old Flurry planner. I might be able to just because I think some of this actually might still be relevant. Okay, so I guess maybe I'll work out of the old Flurry planner or the old Flurry Paragon board. Somewhat. So let's see. First thing is we don't want closer here. For sure. Don't need tricks. We don't need tricks of the trade. We definitely need no witness. So I guess we'll trash this board here. No Annie. Let's do like we might actually build it kind of similar to the victimized board, kind of, but instead cheap shot is going to be something we take a lot of because we need a lot of actually we don't really need to take this route anymore either. I don't know because I don't really need, so I do need this though. I do need damage to crowd control enemies and a lot of it, but I don't think I want to take devious there though. So I guess we'll go from here to here. This ends up being a dead end. So I think I might actually have to do Lorena's board just to get some more res. So sad I missed the hat cosmetic you were wearing. Oh, you mean the fire skull? Yeah. Why is the horse suck so bad this season? You missed the beta, man. Have you ever played beta? How do you have so many tabs open, bro? This is not many tabs at all. This is very little amount of tabs. I promise you. Like this is like very little. You don't want to see my other whatchamacallit. Was wondering with the Heartseeker build, how do you cat res without stats on gear? So if you do exclamation mark build and you look at the Maxroll website build, I walk you through all of what you need for capping res. What you mean other? No comment. No comment. All right, so we're gonna do here, no witness. I think we might have to keep this, unfortunately. Otherwise, we're probably not gonna be able to cap our reses, so at least from the way I remember it is. I don't know what glyph I want here yet, so we're just gonna just unsocket that. Devious is what? What's devious doing here? Magic nodes. Okay, I don't think it's another glyph I actually want here for that. Efficacy doesn't make any sense. Actually, pride might actually be okay. On this board because I do actually want to take but I also kind of need pride on the other board. I don't know. I guess I do need the exploit glyph too as well. Actually, no, I don't necessarily need the exploit glyph, but we're gonna take it for some things. Would I recommend Heartseeker? Yes. What up, Joseph? What's going on? I have a 6K PC just so you can have 900 Chrome tabs. Do you have any desire for a GA crit damage and a Dex life crossbow? I have quite a few of those. So to be honest with you, not really, but let me look at my endgame real quick. My endgame Paragon board. Okay, so okay, so I guess I don't need ambush then. So okay, so we can kind of figure out a different way around things. What board is this? Yeah, because we don't need deadly ambush either. Because we're not running victimize, so we don't need to double dip those two things. Okay, all right, so yeah, we're gonna have to especially actually it might take a while for me to together, but we'll do it. Wait, how's it tell me I have 0 strength met? Because I guess I have no way to connect that still, huh? This didn't connect. I guess because I don't have a glyph right now, right? Is that what's happening here? Let's just put a random glyph here. What do you want to put here? I guess we can throw chip there. Figure this out in a second. We have more strength than we need. So we can do that. 9. Take all the damage to crowd control. So we have to go here to take all these. We'll kind of clean up this later. So at least we'll come out this way. We'll take I guess we can do diminish to easily cap. Joseph, you say I'm okay, but has some issue with level 30 pit I can't clear. Now I'm on level 100 double swing barbarian. Have most of the gear except for the boost and hat. But you need the thing to pass. Any advice? I know very little about anything barbarian related. The only advice I can give you is make sure you reference the Maxroll guide a lot. Just kind of follow whatever upgrades you need there. And playing your Maxroll Rapid feels super smooth. Doing it with the bow actually does feel a little better. It is still, I mean, you still got the whole like, you know, lob effect thing, but yeah. Ever see the butcher in the pit? No, he's not. He doesn't hang out in the pit. What's the point of getting over 100% lucky hit on the victimized build? Well, you technically can't get over 100% lucky hit. Like you like literally legit can't. you have to remember, victimized key passive is only 50%. So even if you have a 100% lucky hit, you're still not You need, so I'll put it this way: you need 200% lucky hit chance to have 100% chance of proc and victimize. So just keep in mind, victimize is 50%, not 100%. So lucky hit is a percent chance of a percent, or a percent of a percent. So I feel like this is still way too many points I spent here. I guess we'll take. Oh. Display strength, right? We did strength last time when I did the other board. See if I can get enough for that. Because I still kind of want to get this over here so I can actually get the poison red. So I guess we'll still take a very similar route here. And then we'll rotate no witness here. That's 44 though. Actually, this might actually be best for me to put control here then. If that's the case. This has a lot of intel. Although, yeah, I'm taking a lot of strength nodes. Actually, this is a pretty inefficient board for it. Even though you have a lot of intelligence, it's still a pretty inefficient board for it. Exploit weakness would be a better board, but I don't really want to take exploit. Well, I guess I gotta take exploit weakness anyway at some point. All right, so I guess we'll. And we did Pride on the other board, didn't we? So we could do. Skills. I don't think that works with what I'm trying to do. I guess we can do. Yeah, I guess Devious actually works, technically. It won't work on the boss, but I guess it'll work in the situation I'm trying to do. And then I guess there's also Diminish. Okay, so let's follow this stuff. I don't need all of this. So we'll go. We got some bangers tonight, though. Maximum life. I actually think I kind of want to come out this way this time around, unlike before. So I guess we can go this way and then kind of go out this way. That's fine. So I guess we can don't have to take that strength node. Then it's just we're gonna go to the left and just go like that. Still 22. All right, so I guess we have to do that to go 29. I guess it's still the same no matter what how you look at it. I guess I don't have to go all the way up here though, do I? I mean, it is taking willpower, but I can just get rid of that and that. Guess that's fine. I hate having to take that willpower though. That just feels awful. Exploit pride chip. I got a bunch of things I don't need to take here. I do need to fill all this out though. Although I guess, do I have an intel glyph I want to take here instead of chip? I don't think so. Actually, combat wouldn't be terrible, but we still got control, but that's going to be in the exploit weakness board. Frustrator, yeah. There actually really isn't. Like, I'm trying to do this. Only there isn't that many good glyphs except for maybe Night Stalker, but that's for like a size setup on this very same thing. So I don't know. And I don't think this works because it's not because what I'm doing is not a skill. Well, or I guess the thing I'm trying to get done is really not a skill technically. So that doesn't work. So we got. So you would not use Crest on Heartseeker at all? What do you mean? Are you talking about the Harlequin Crest? Borla, what's going on, man? Didn't even see you there. I'm creating things. But creating things like literally I won't say off the top of my head, but like kind of as I'm going. Efficacy doesn't really work here either. I mean, I guess it's not bad, but I'm not using any imbuement skills, so. I guess I could play around trap still a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have to like fill in glyphs just to fill in glyphs, if that makes sense. And I don't really want to do that. But there isn't too many more things I can do. There's this pride and chip, which are very important. Let me ask you a question about resist. What's up? Golden Zaz. So if you look at the build, the planner or whatnot, you do see that the planner does have a Harlequin Crest version. How does Poison Trap work with Lucky Hit? I mean, it doesn't have a lucky hit value, if that's what you mean. I have 34.5% lucky hit. Is that too low? Heartseeker shows 67%. That's fine. I mastered the 12, rank 12 tonight, and it cost you 10 million. I thought it's gotten cheaper. Any info? Well, I think it cost you 10 million total rather than like 10 million at rank 12. Actually, I don't know. How much does it actually really cost you total now? It did get cheaper though. Masterwork definitely did get cheaper. So by the way, I need to, there you go. I'm gonna have to figure this one out too as well, because this is where my control glyph is gonna go. So definitely gonna put control here. That's important. Very important. Probably the most important glyph in this whole equation here. Also, I guess Ranger will go somewhere too, I guess, if I can fit that. So Chip and Ranger, I guess it'll be the last two glyphs if I can fit it. There's some absolute bangers tonight playing on the playlist. So inefficient trying to get all the way over there. There's that way. So I definitely still gotta take that node. Like this node is very important. So oof. I guess there's really no great way to do that, so I guess we'll just go with it. Strength, intel, leads. I don't really care that much about the rest of those, so we just come up and take. Real question is, can I fit one more glyph in? Probably can. Also need, oh yeah, I need that. So we need to go this way and take this. Now I got like 16. Gotta clean up this board anyway, right? So yeah, let's clean this up. Halfway with the prime, appreciate it, man. You said res is all sorted. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. I thought I dropped stuff at 75% last patch. It definitely has. When was the last time you Masterworked? Like, have you like, yeah? When's the last time you Masterworked? It's definitely cheaper. It's like 2 mil, I think, at the top level or something like that. Somewhere around that range. Tonight. And I can assure you, rank 12 is not 10 million anymore. I Masterworked a lot yesterday. Are you playing on Eternal Realm or seasonal? Just just out of curiosity. Seasonal, yeah. I don't know, man. It should have applied to you. You shouldn't have gotten that. Try a different piece. Try a different piece and try it again. I think that's the best I can tell you. There's something in my eyes. It was kind of weird. Sorry. Am I trying to buff Aerostorm? That's one thing I want to try, but that's not the main thing. But I do, with what I'm doing right now, I can actually like try that course of action as well while I'm on my way to do other things. So that is a plan. It's like something in my eye and it's like really bothering me. About I know, right? Hold on, guys. It's like something in my eye. It's like really bothering me. I'll be right back. We're better. Yeah. Don't drop retribution. I know that it says this in the guide, but I haven't so ever since the double dipping of retribution, I haven't changed that part of it. I would drop elements instead of retribution if you don't have a chance to proc vulnerable. What experiments we're doing tonight? Something with crowd control, or close quarters combat variation, which is going to allow us to do a few things different that we were not able to use before because Victimize did not buff those things. So I'm trying to create a variation that will allow us to maybe play around with those toys that we previously were not able to. However, it's not easy. It's not easy trying to figure this out, to be honest with you. So yeah, but we're trying. Okay, I'm forced to put that there. Should I reroll Masterworks to get bumps on lucky hit? My overall is 31. Your Heartseeker shows 66. As long as you're using an elixir, you're fine. So always run with the elixir of advantage. Did I say nameless Kyle? No, I did not. Nope. Not at all. Wait, say it again about retribution. So retribution is double dipping right now. So you want to keep that. So if you don't have chance to proc vulnerable on your ring, then you actually want to get rid of aspect of elements, not retribution, for a cursed touch. I guess if I go this way, it doesn't really matter. This is fine. This is a really roundabout Paragon board, but that is okay. I don't need Daily Ambush, although Daily Ambush will actually help because it is multiplicative. But Chip Pride Exploit. I really don't like having Diminish here, but I don't think I have a choice. I mean, Pride is good here because I get the extra crowd control and also extra damage reduction here, as well as extra crowd control, which is kind of necessary. So I guess here it would just be getting a little bit of marksman damage, but that's not gonna help. That's not gonna help. More damage reduction. So really, I guess ambush would be the play, and not worried about another glyph. So just kind of get the legendary node, I guess. That would just kind of give me. I haven't heard this in a while. Like a Paragon worst days. This is definitely I can't see working tomorrow. Electro way. Yeah. So this is a very, very roundabout way of trying to get done what I'm trying to do. So like, this is not like the final version of anything. This is literally me working at this on the fly and just kind of see what I can do. There's just really not really a lot of I guess crit damage. I guess combat actually would work. But I'm too lazy for that. So we're gonna I'm too lazy to try to figure that out right now. So we're just gonna take this note right here just to say we did. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't even know if I can even like get enough of anything to even put an additional glyph here just to have. Like, let's just see what we got. There's no way I'm gonna have enough dex there. Like, not even. There's strength on this side, intelligence on this side. Night Stalker actually, so Night Stalker actually would be pretty good for a certain thing. Can't say yet, but yeah, that actually would be pretty good for a certain thing. I mean, I technically can do ambush here. Technically. If I did that, though, it might be quicker to go from this route, though. Yeah, it'll be quicker if I just kind of went around the other way for it. So let's remove that. I'm gonna have enough points to do it, though, so I guess let's see. Uh, 15, 7, 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, we might get it. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We did it. With 1 point left. We did it with 1 point left. Look at that. That is pretty hilarious. I got 1 point left to stuff somewhere. I mean, calculated. You know what? Just for those who like who have a really, you know, pretty awful case of OCD, I'm just gonna leave this 1 point out, just to bother chat. All right, so this is my roundabout ridiculously sinner. Oh man! All right, so this is the Paragon where we're gonna use for Endgame, or for what we're trying to do. All right. So let's put this on my screen here, and we're just gonna just copy and paste it. Get ready for him to die to the mob by 1 health point. Yo, another banger. So we're gonna reset the entire Paragon board. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. All right, guys. So we did a lot of work. We did a lot of work today. respecking and like regearing into an entirely different key passive for some things. So hopefully we might get something cool out of this. I am not I don't know if this is gonna actually work out, but I see no reason to not try, so that's what we're doing. Alright, so we need chip. Rogue is much better design than Sorg. I don't think the guy that did the Sorg intended to play it. Oof. Okay, now we gotta go to cheap shop, boy. I don't want to rotate this. Guys, tell me where you can find a good build for Barbarian. I don't understand English well. Can I provide a link if there is one? I got you covered, sir. There you go. Oh, whoops. Where's my Paragon board? There it is. Alright, so we got this way. I will say the issue I am gonna run into is the fact that my gear obviously isn't gonna be that great for obvious reasons. So there is a lower expectation of what I'm trying to do here, but if I can at least see the potential, I might actually like put more work into it. Any mini miny mo. Speaking of which, do I? Okay, I do have pride. Okay. Oh, that's what that extra point is meant. Well, I never actually that's not the same thing though. That's not gonna go into the thing. So we'll go this way. Back on this. So let's see, exploit, I think. Yo, dad, turn exploit weakness 183%. Exit top to save 3 points over the current exit. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. I see. I see. All right, yeah, I see it. Yep, that's true. Because I got to go down anyway. So that makes sense. Thank you, Boiler. Now I got to figure out where to put those 2 points, those extra points now. I think we can probably just scurry some more life or something, I think. I should rotate the board. Happy Druid noises. Penetrating shot? No. Ravon, is that they could? Yeah, you're welcome. Yo, just bangers after banger tonight. I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. Okay, so this is the board you said turn 180 degrees, right? So okay, so I guess it's like that, right? Yeah, because then I'll go out this way. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to look at how I do that on the whatchamacallit, because I'm gonna have to like visualize it, so I'm gonna have to do it on my planner. Just like do the points there. Yeah, save exactly 3 points. Cool. All right. Now I can envision it. Oh, yeah, I got it. I got it, I think. What type of movement do I use? I use the hold position or force stop, whatever you want to call it. Oh, whoops. There we go. Sorry you guys haven't seen any gameplay yet, but at the very minimum, you're enjoying the tunes if you're on the Twitch side. And if you're on the YouTube side, you want to enjoy the tunes, you can watch on YouTube, but mute YouTube. And just listen to the Twitch for the tunes. There we go. It is a banger tonight though. Can someone help me with the Uber Endorio? Yeah, I don't even have a build together quite yet, so I won't be able to help you. And then after I put this together, I'm gonna go into like test mode to see if my theory actually plays out. Because we all know, you can put the theory there, but Oftentimes, oftentimes there are bugs that you don't know of, or that we don't know of, that we don't find out until we actually try to place that thing. So it can either work to my advantage, or for me, or against me here. So we're about to find out. That is what we're attempting to do. Like I said, if some things work, we may have some new setups and some new YouTube videos coming out for said setups. So best case scenario is that. Worst case scenario would be we respec back into Heartseeker, or maybe play some rapid fire. Who knows? All right. So now that we did that, let's see what our resistances look like. Okay, my armor is too low. I didn't really put the gems in there yet, but it shouldn't be too much different from what I already have. Yeah, I can cap armor. That's easy. You just do that. Boom. Armor capped. All right. So there is that. Paragon board is somewhat done. Let's see what my crowd control damage looks like now. Damage versus crowd control. Uh, 552%. I haven't masterworked anything, so I guess that also. Oh, and I also got the pain gorgers. I forgot to have that there. I don't know which. I honestly don't know what I want to test first. You talked about victimize rapid fire. Do we think it'll be as strong with victimize? That's really hard to say. Honestly, my first thought is I don't think so. But again, hard to tell or know until it's actually been tested. But in theory, the answer is probably not. In theory is the same as practice, and practice is that's not the case. YouTube doesn't allow music. No, it does not. They do not. So oh, I need to masterwork, don't I? All right, so I'm not gonna be as picky, but I do want damage to crowd control though. That's Dex. Critical strike damage. I feel like that's like the wrong build here, sir. At least the crossbow, I kind of need the crowd control damage if I can get it. Percent damage actually isn't that bad. Okay, double percent damage is actually not good. Alright, no, we're just gonna just try to go for crowd control damage at the top. Okay. Forgot about that. Dexterity. We'll go for it. No. No. Bad masterwork. Bad masterwork. No. I gotta at least roll crowd control once. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Okay, that's actually good. On the critical strike damage part of it, but we'll take it. We'll take it. It could be worse. Damage to crowd control. Thank you. Going. Critical strike damage. Yes, we'll keep going. Dex. For testing, that's fine. Let's go again. Damage to crowd control, nice. Straight damage.
Unexpected.
Oof. I am, wow. That's actually not good because I actually I actually need to do my rings and amulet. Oh, that's ugly. That's ugly right now, y'all. You might have to farm some real low pits. I thought I had more of these mats. Fortunately, that is not the case. All right. So we're kind of oof at the moment. So I have to temper expectations. At the very least, though, maybe I can temper the lower levels. Not temper, sorry, Masterworking lower levels maybe.
Not bad.
Dexterity. Dex twice. At least we can do rank 1, I guess, of all these. Dash cooldown, really? Okay. I really need that damage to crap so bad. Not movement speed. Actually, I'm gonna try. The point is to try to get it passive here eventually. So maybe I'll just leave here. Sure. I don't even know if I actually want to use it cover or not. So at least we got some masterwork here, but we're gonna have to temper our expertise on performance, I guess you could say. Let's see. Sockets. And what do we need? We need a
May the light keep you.
we're gonna have to go rubies here because I have no health on the weapons. Also, we need to do what? Actually, wait a minute. Let's craft topaz. Met this. What's the other one? Topaz amulet. Oh, ruby. So this should technically cap my resistances, right? Or close to. Oh, I guess oof on the core resistances though. Actually, why is that so low? It's pretty off. I got double poison resistance here. Okay, so two. So we can get 5. Oh, that's why. That is why. Okay. Because it's the 5th board and I don't have enough intelligence. Normally this is the 2nd board. That's why. I was wondering why that's so like low there. It's 531 strength. $531 talent. So actually, if I were to switch boards, Oh wait, I didn't even put a glyph here, did I? Wait, what's supposed to go here? Control, right? Holy snap! The most important glyph. Don't even have socketed. Okay, well there's that. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna have to make this my. I'm gonna have to swap these two boards probably. Because I'll have enough strength. I'll have 530. If everything else stays the same, I'll have 530 strength. Oof. All right. It's a lot of work to try to go back and fix that though. I wonder if there's like a quicker fix than that. Like, can I just? I can't re-roll anything because I'm out of angel. So all I can do is add one more cold res here. So that puts me at E. So cold is gonna kick my ass for a bit. There is another solution though. I guess I could. Definitely not what I wanted. But no, I just connected, really? Oof. Just someone is slacking, I know. It's a new meta breaking build. No. 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 I mean, unless something gets bugged in some way to perform, maybe, but I doubt it. Is that 6 shirt? Thanks, man. Changing up the Heartseeker build? Something like that. Damage every leaf you walk away. Bro, wow, this game right now. Alright, let's even come back in. So yeah, just put an end gem in. I guess I can do that too. That's true. I'll give me 100 intel. Long time ago, pin shot road was recommended. Do you think it was worth it? You mean poison imbuement? I mean, it depends on the setup. You can do poison imbuement with like twisting blades. Poison barrage is a thing. Heartseeker got nerfed? No. The game won't let me play. Right, let me finish what I'm trying to do. Are we serious though right now? Game, are we serious? Do I want a dagger and crossbow with 2 GA dex? Crit damage for this build? No, not for this build. Jank builds equal jank connections, probably. Oh, come on, game. Let me log in. I haven't even played yet. Technically, I'm just. Are you kidding me? What does that error mean again? Is my character still stuck in the world? All right, wait, there he is. I think. All right, we got it. It may roll back probably, so I'm gonna have to figure out. What's my favorite movie? Actually, I don't have one. Actually, I haven't been to movies in a while. All right, so if it rolled back, oh no, I got the 51 still. So did it switch the glyph out? Actually, no, it didn't switch the glyph out. Okay, so that's fine. I think I can do the that's fine. We'll leave it at that. Give my control. Okay, so it did update all the way to control. All right, so I guess we can do a topaz and the armor then. One topaz gem. So yeah, we went around the world to try to make this work. All right, so we'll do that, and then so got what, one more gem left, I guess. Are any more rubies? I do. I have really low life here, even from my standards. So that will give me 63.5% cold. All right, yeah. I mean, definitely one of these rings probably need to have cold resist. I'll deal with that. If I have any problems, I'll just put diminish in the other slot. But for now, we'll deal. We'll deal. Don't recommend, but we'll deal. Let's see. Let's remove these topazes here. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. No. Making sure I'm not missing a particular thing. This is damage over time. Which actually might work with something, but not what I'm looking for. All right, so we got to just do basic gems then. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. Well, this is. I gotta change my skill tree now. We're almost there, yeah. We're almost at the testing phase of things. Almost. Okay, so we're gonna leave Heartseeker as it is. We're gonna leave this as it is. Actually, most of this can remain the same, except not victimize here. We gotta do a close quarters combat. There we go. I do need a better way to be able to get around though, so I gotta take points from somewhere. Okay, this is gonna hurt, but oh crap. I'm gonna need more than that, so we're gonna need to do this, that. Okay. What I'm trying to do, trying a different route to make some things that don't work with victimize that will probably work with close quarters combat. Is there any interaction between victimizing and the poison puncture? You can see the victimized explosion as poison with it. Yeah, so anytime that like so victimize takes on the element that you are using, but because you're buffing physical a lot, then that poison victimized explosion isn't really doing anything for you. What do I recommend to do after hitting 100 to stay fun? Well, this is an action RPG, so the whole point of an action RPG is to continue to get stronger, to do the harder content, to continue to get stronger and farm the harder content, etc. So the typical action RPG thing, get stronger, do pits, masterwork, all that stuff. So There's a whole like tempering and masterwork if you haven't done any of that. There's the pit. There's also tormented bosses where you get like ubers and uber uniques and regular uniques. So there's a lot of things you can do. But it's all for the sake of just being stronger. If that's appealing to you, for sure do that. If not, then well, that's kind of the end of your journey then. To be honest. All right, so let's do this without me not having the angel breath screws me over right now. That hurts. Let's do Edge Master first, and we'll do a curse touch here because we're gonna have to, unfortunately. Yeah. All right, let's see what the Pain Gorgers actually does now. $847. What does the passive actually say? I feel like that's like feels like a low number still, considering how many they got on crowd control. I'm wondering if I just really need to just go completely ham on that stat on like Masterworking. All right, let's see a couple of things here.
Need more time.
Let me do it again. It's hard because I can't see the buff bar. All right, let's wait for this again. Okay, so I do have the buff up on that. Multiple training dummies. See.
That's not gonna work.
My crowd control is actually kind of messing that up too. Hold on. So I hear it. I I hear the Pain Gorgers. But I'm actually wondering if that damage itself is even getting buffed by crowd control. It technically should. By theory it should, but I don't think it is. Either that or like the value is like extremely low. Hold on, let me I'm gonna have to do this and dash. How do I get? So I guess the thing is, how do I get the CQC buff before Pain Gorgers goes off? That's my question. On bosses, does the Devious Glyph buff skills that apply stagger? So Devious doesn't work on the boss at all, period, unfortunately. How to Rapid Fire become S tier? Because it's strong. I guess strong is just annoying to use, like very annoying to use. I'm sure that the Chinese Pit 134 run with Heartseeker. I mean, I've seen them all. I mean, they all look exactly the same. It's the exact same strat. And hopefully you get spirit, you get spirit caller or you get malice to clear. Okay. So unfortunately, I really don't think
I'm not ready yet.
I'm definitely not getting the value that I should with the pain gorgers. I don't think even with the close quarters combat that is helping at all. So we're gonna have to go with the regular go, which is actually a good thing in this sense because that gives me an additional aspect that I wouldn't have actually had. But I was hoping maybe I could find some value on those gloves on Rogue. But so test number 1 complete, but didn't end in the way I would have liked. Now where's the glove I had? It's this, right? Okay. It's Masterwork. You want 2 GA Pangor to see it? No, that's not gonna help. Because the whole point is for the multiplier to actually be the big difference maker, and that's not. GAs barely make a difference unless you have GAs everywhere. Attack speed. Not what I wanted, but that's alright. Maxroll Heartseeker is accurate still, right? Yeah, there's one teeny thing that's not really relevant, I guess, for most players who has been playing for a while, but everything else is fine. Can crit chance go over 100%? No, it's capped at 100%. Lucky hit chance can go over 100%. Okay. Let's see. All right, so second test. Let's take a look at Arrow Storms. If it goes by the rule set that Elemental Surge does, then we should see a pretty okay bump in Arrow Storm damage versus what it was on Victimize. So let us do that real quick. Producers aspects are gonna get left. Oh yeah, but I was looking at something different, sir. It wasn't gonna change what I was looking at that particular point in time. But yes, you're right. Let's see. Arrow. We'll do this one first. Here. And we'll remove. Actually, yeah, let's remove this one. Let's do vengeful aspect. So that gives us 2 Arrow Storms. Also, when dodge Masterworking over agility cooldown and obviously instead of So Lucas, so here's the thing. Here's the thing about those kind of clears, right? When people really try to pick out differences between the 4 people who did the 134, they all have different gear types, or they all have different types of pieces that are they're all 4 of them are not going to have the exact same stats everywhere. It's just they're not, right? So it doesn't really matter, because there are a lot of stats that actually work well and they're minuscule in terms of value versus the others. What matters is how many times it took for them to actually do that. So let's take Mippy for example, because Mippy was the one who actually admitted how many times it took. It took him 500 times to get the 134. So when people are trying to obsess, oh, he took vulnerable damage here instead of attack speed, or his crit chance was 2.2% higher, that's how he got it. No. At that point, it's how many times did he try And did he get the right stuff he needed to clear? Like the right scenario? Are the elites in the right spot? Are the champs not in the way? Did he get Spirit Caller? Did he get Malice? Those things matter way more than the minute details that people kind of like obsess over on those. Right? So any of the 134 clears, considering that the strat is 100% the same and you're looking for the exact same thing, and the playstyles are all 100% the same because that's just the way things are, there's really no actual like difference, right? So
Need more time. Need more time.
okay, let's continue. Let's keep going with that. Wait, do I have both? It's so hard to see with this buff bar, man. Let's see. All right, so I actually got Aerostorm to tick close to like a little bit over 2 mil a couple of times. But so a couple of elemental surge to also crit the high as well. Getting, I was curious why the crossbow over bow, because it's a preference. I like the way it sounds. Literally, that is it. It's the same damage as a bow, technically. Well, actually, technically, the crossbow is 3% stronger overall. But it's basically, do you want to attack faster or hit harder? That's it. Or do you like the look of the crossbow versus the way the crossbow sounds a Heartseeker? Those are kind of like your... So honestly the hardest part is keeping up close quarters combat. Or even know if I did. Okay, no, I did. Okay, that's there. Let's actually take this in the pit for a little bit, but not what I was hoping for. However, my gear isn't really that great, so there's also that too. But still, I was hoping for just a little better, even with the gear that I have. Yeah, we'll do a couple of pit runs, and then also we'll go farm for some angel breasts because I have like none. Like the vulnerable versus distant, that doesn't matter. Like the vulnerable gives you about 3 to 4% more damage. Like if you're completely maxed out. Crossbow transmogs makes you cry. I understand. I understand that, good sir. Okay, so we're gonna do a lower-ish. Let's try 80. Quick question for Heartseeker: why not use Topaz Gem instead of Sapphire? You can if you want. It's literally the same damage, believe it or not. There's a change in the Maxroll Heartseeker guide? No. Not for the past few days now. Although I do think Elemental Surge is actually hitting for something though. Hitting pretty nicely with Crackle Troll, but the Arrow Storms are not hitting as much as I would like. So I'm wondering if it's something I might want to consider putting more focus on Elemental Surge here. There is one more thing I do want to do though. After this run. Just placing 2 cop straps stacked? No, they don't. What are you gonna make when they nuke Heartseeker in mid-season patch? Where do you get the fact that they're gonna nuke Heartseeker from? They'll fix Victimize. Heartseeker will still be mostly fine. Wow, I can't out hear the poison damage. It's crazy. This Arrow Storms, Rain of Arrows, not, well, Rain of Arrows, well, you mean Arrow Storm, right? Actually, Arrow Storm does count, I think, for that. So I probably should do that. I have like one rolled somewhere. How much have you perfected your gear in terms of GA and Masterworking? GA, not so much. Masterworking is pretty good, right? Like really good in my gear, but GA, no. I don't really have much GA rolls there. Yeah, Heartseeker will be fine even after the double dip. But I don't know if they're really gonna nerf it. If you look at all the other stuff that's like coming out right now, like say Flay Barb and like what Sork is doing right now, Heartseeker might actually fall underneath the radar until like next season. Yeah, so like they'll have to kind of look at all the other classes that are doing what they're doing if they're gonna touch that. Bro, I'm taking so much poison ticks there. There's no way to nerf Rogue. I mean, like I said, it really does need to be fixed though. Like the double dipping definitely does need to get fixed at some point. I don't know if it's gonna be mid-season patch or next season. It'll be one of the two. But if they fix rapid fire, which it looks like they're going to do something to rapid fire, it looks like, then rapid fire could be fun again. We'll see. Bro, where's my cow trap? It is kind of tedious trying to keep up. Close quarters combat though, but maybe just because it's been a while since I played. I played with it. I gotta be very aggressive.
Don't have any potions.
Fish Rapid Fire when they made a post about them revisiting the ring based off of recent comments about Rapid Fire not feeling good.
Time to recharge.
Okay. Then they're front and push people away yet again. They can expect D4 to die again. I don't think they want that. Blizzard already lost so much money in the last few years that they share is when they're dropping bleed and keep people around. I mean, at some point, Jimani or Jimane, at some point you do have to fix bugs. You can't like just allow a lot of bug interactions to go unchecked, because then if you do, then anything you do in the future that could be connected to something that's previously bugged will cause bigger problems in the game later on down the line. And we can't have other cool stuff because, well, we don't know if the bug interaction is going to screw up something else. So like bug fixes are just a natural thing that every single game developer, no matter where in the planet, is going to want to squash. Now there are some bugs or like that if it's really not a big deal, like if it's not breaking the game or like that, they might leave it alone. But most of the time they're going to actively go fix bugs. You know what I'm saying? So like I think people who wanting things to remain bugged is usually bad for the game long term, whether or not people actually see it that way. Okay. All right. Let's do one more thing. Let's do one more thing. I want to do something. Let's do. And we'll take this into the pit too as well. So we'll do the same level. How did someone know how to get his hat on the rogue? It was a season 3 battle pass item. I'm okay with fixing bugs, not okay with nerfing OP builds. Alright, we're gonna attend it. The thing is that I think most builds, maybe most of the time, if something is completely like broken or OP, it is usually because of a bug interaction somewhere. 9 times out of 10. The only time I think that wasn't really the case so far, where they actually nerfed something that wasn't a bug, would be Overpower from last season or season? Yeah, last season or season 2, I think it was. Season 2 or season 3. That was just overtuned. They definitely overtuned Overpower. That wasn't a bug. That was just a mistake on their end. But mostly everything else that was considered broken was because of a bug in some way. So honestly, now I know my like weapons aren't really that great, but honestly, I think if close quarters combat was a direct buff to proc stuff like arrow storms and blast trappers, that would give close quarters combat a lot of value in specs in general. Oof. Got a course bow to the face out of nowhere. Maybe unpopular opinion about my AOZ back. I mean, this technically is AOZ though. It's just without the seekers that people hated. The thing is, how to pick people to do top piss if there's no bugs. Well, I mean, but there's nothing reward. There's nothing to reward anyone by doing top piss though. Like, what is considered? What level of pit does a build need to do before you consider it a good build? Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, whether the top build is a 110 or a 150. It literally doesn't matter or change things because the gameplay is all the same. Right? At the end of the day, it's just a number. Right? So so you're welcome, first time viewers. Stream's been amazing. Cool, man. Well, definitely trying some experimental things at the moment. And theoretically close crowd control, like crowd control damage, like definitely buffs proc base effects. So like elemental surge, arrow storms, blast trappers, the works, right? Even supposed to be pain gorgers as well. The issue, though, is that while crowd control damage does, technically, the buff with close quarters combat, which is directly tied to crowd control, is seemingly not doing that. I don't know if that's an oversight, but theoretically it's supposed to. So Pain Gorgers isn't necessarily getting the buff with CQC effects. Or with CQT at all. Same thing with Arrow Storm, same thing with Blast Trappers, etc. So I got all this cool stuff going on. I feel like my key passive that should be very valuable in this situation, unfortunately isn't. Doomslayer Crown, what's up? Yeah, but the only way for me to really be able to tell is to be able to gear for enough crowd control, right? With close quarters combat to really be able to tell like a difference. So I decided to go, pretty much all in to test the theories. But at least at the same time, though, I guess it'll be kind of interesting to be able to like send some feedback and be like, hey, can we allow close quarters combat to actually work with procs? Just crowd control itself does, like damage to crowd control enemies does, but close quarters combat buff doesn't. So Aerostorm not scaling on victimize is weird. I mean, it kind of makes sense why that doesn't, but it would have been really cool if close quarters combat did. Like really cool. Like, look at all these cool effects that's like going off. I got arrow storms, I got blast trappers, just kind of doing the thing. Oof. Oh, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. That one poison thing hurts. Versatility, also edge master, right? Well, those things too. Would you use Doomslayer crown? You mean Godslayer crown? No, I would not use it for pushing. Speed farming, sure, you can. But for pushing, no. But wording wise, it should, right? Yeah, technically it should. We okay? Are we okay with it over there in YouTube land? Oh wow, my chat didn't update, so there's like a bunch of things that were said that I like legit didn't even see. Weird. Why did my chat not because I swear I'm like, yeah, no one's saying anything on YouTube. That's crazy. Is this some new version of build? Technically, yeah. I'm trying to get away from victimize, and I was trying to do close quarters combat with Heartseeker kind of being the push, I guess you could say, so I can try to get proc things such as arrow storms, pain gorgers, and blast trappers, all that actually that has a potential to do some type of damage, right? But it scales with crowd control, like it scales with damage versus crowd control, but it doesn't scale with the key passive that buffs your damage versus crowd control, which is the weird thing. When should you try to farm pit 100? When you can do it within 3 to 4 minutes, roughly, like between 3 or 4 minutes. If not, then, you know, kind of take it down some. I think it's a kind of like as a rogue, you have to use this right aspects to survive, so you need crit chance. Even in a crit damage build with fewer. Well, no, not in this. Well, I mean, thing about it is that in a precision build, you're gonna crit anyway. So you really don't need crit chance on a precision build, but you and then you do want critical strike damage for critical strike chance for the just to be able to get the initial 50% multiplier. So you still want that anyways for Heartseeker or whatnot. So I think it actually works out in that case. I think what sucks is that like a lot is that melee builds have a hard time with it because Shroud is so important to live that like a blade shift build or a twisting blades build that isn't combo point based or whatever like that, like those have a hard time surviving. So until that Heartseeker video popped up, it really did. It's my first video to ever cross the 100,000 view mark, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, I do think that Dark Shroud being our only like actual defense right now is just it just doesn't feel good because once it's down, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. Right? There are no alternatives. There's no what if you built this way. Nope, doesn't matter. You are dead. You know what? Oh, that's right, because I'm in the thing. Let's just leave. We're gonna do chill cow traps here. There's a combo point rapid fire build and the basic skill absolutely can't keep up Shroud. Well, the thing is that like it doesn't really need to, because the moment that you use your core skill should get you 5 shadows and almost next to immediately on rapid fire, barrage, or even pin shot. Well, not pinch. Well, yeah, pin shot because of the lucky hit chance, even though it's like victimized. But yeah, I mean, yeah. So you should be attacking enough with your rotations anyway to almost always have Shroud up, even outside the basic attack. What's this Aerostorm's rogue? Not necessarily. It's kind of it's supposed to be like a more proc based rogue, and I was trying to use Pain Gorgers as a thing too, but I'm using close quarters combat, which is supposed to be the thing that actually buffs those ingredients, because damage versus crowd control actually works on those things, whereas victimize doesn't, right? So the theory was if close quarters combat actually buffed your damage, the damage of the proc sort of like that, then you can have an actual Aerostorms build or an actual Blast Trappers build or an actual Pain Gorgers build. But that's not working that way because theory is not working out in practice, unfortunately. So yeah, we are kind of sort of
Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may
a little sad, but you know, wanted to try it regardless. Actually, do I want to get rid of that?
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
All right, let's get rid of blast trappers and let's do which one did I lose? Appreciate the sub, Captain. This one is vengeful, so let's do all right. Slide. Yeah, but I think it's kind of weird that not even CQC buffs the Pain Gorgers Gauntlet. So like, there's nothing on Rogue, technically speaking, that actually buffs Pain Gorgers Gauntlets, like proc attack, proc there. I think it crits, so it could technically work with precision, but since basic attacks can't proc precision anymore like it used to, then it's useless there. So I don't really know what you can do with this on the Rogue, honestly. Been following your Barrage and Endgame guide this season. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks. Thank you. Don't use Gorgers. Well, the whole point of the stream is to actually experiment, good sir. It's bad on a typical build, but the way that we come across new stuff is to actually try stuff. That's how Heartseeker in general, the one I wrote on Maxroll, came about, because we theorycraft and say, hey, what about this? And it just happens to be an experiment that worked. And now a lot of people are playing it. So. Sapphire or Topaz and weapons, doesn't really matter. What I'm doing right now is close quarters combat, so I can't even use Sapphires anyway. What do you think Blizzard can do to rapid fire to make it feel better? Get rid of the lob. Just make it exploding arrow. Honestly, if they do that, I would totally play some more rapid fire, like a lot more rapid fire. How's the current state of the game compared to preseason in season 1? It's way better now. Way better now. If you look at YouTube, the lack of D4 bad videos for season 4 is like. Should be very telling. You think they can toggle the lob because you love the lob? Well, the lob is what kind of gives you that whole delay thing that makes it if you're playing on the controller, impossible to hit a mob. Like nearly impossible to hit. So you basically got a whole set of people who are playing the game that literally can't play rapid fire. You know, the console players. And that's not a good thing. It's sort of useful on PC, like usable on PC, but it's nearly impossible on a controller. Yeah, see, still can't do anything with it. Why Deadly Bush ambush on Heartseeker? Because it's a multiplier. Even though we don't scale crit damage, legendary nodes on Paragon boards are usually multipliers. So it's a straight up multiplier when you crit. Plus it double dips with Victimize, so you're actually getting that bonus twice. So it's a very important passive to take, or legendary node never take. Yeah, see, the ping gorge's damage is pretty pathetic. And not scaling with close quarters combat like I was hoping. Making this whole Endeavor thing tougher than it needs to be. Oh, there's a champion in there, isn't it? Yep. There you go. There's the difference between CQC and its Maxroll. Well, actually, initially it wasn't. You know what caused it to be quite a big gap? Mort. It wasn't like that on PTR, but it was on live. You know what happened? We ended up getting vulnerable tempers and crit damage tempers. No, not a double dip. We got we got a vulnerable temper, and that's what happened. We didn't have vulnerable tempers in the PTR or crit damage tempers in the PTR. So you're basically scaling your passive twice almost, sort of. Not exactly twice, but you get what I'm saying. Like if crowd control, if damage versus crowd control can roll on weapons, it'll be a different story. For close quarters combat passive. How am I casting Rain of Arrows? It's not Rain of Arrows. It's called Arrow Storm. It's 2 aspects. Wow. Whatever hit me with that hurt. Why does no one say go for percent damage rolls? Because percent damage is additive. That's why. With all the rest of your stats, which is a bad thing. Because you have so much additive damage already that you're not going to see that percent damage. Still no ultimate and core skill damage. I know, right? See, core skill damage would actually be pretty neat for inner sight builds, right? Like that would make way too much sense, Thomas, right? I mean, way too much sense to have core damage on weapons or ultimate damage, tempers or whatnot. Yeah, but anyway, at least we found out and we gave it a shot. So unfortunately, it did not work as theoried, and I guess that is okay. Bro, this poison. I didn't pick up the potions. Is crossbow better? Crossbow or bow better for Heartseeker? It's the same thing, same damage, basically. Well, crossbow is like a teeny bit more damage. We're talking about like 3% roughly if you're min-maxed, but that it doesn't make a difference. Bow you attack faster, crossbow you hit harder, but you end up with roughly around the same damage per second. What's your vulnerable at? Well, I'm not playing victimized, so I don't have any vulnerable in this. This is a different setup. Play with Thug Life glasses on. Yeah, well, Pain Gorgers was rough. I'm gonna do one more with Blast Trappers, and then I'm gonna put this up. At the very least, I have some feedback to give to devs, but that's about all I got out of this experiment, unfortunately.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? Right aura. Brighter soul.
What gloves was I using? Pain Gorgers for a bit. Yeah, crossbow is clunky. I mean, it's in some setups, like a combo point setup, I can agree with that. But I think in the Heartseeker by itself, my traditional Heartseeker build, I attack fast enough that it doesn't really bother me. We'll go to 75 on this. I know that will be lit up. Can you please tell me how about the second phase? I just died. I have no clue what happened. Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to learn the mechanics. So it's gonna take you a bit of tries to actually be able to actually understand the fight or learn the fight. There are definitely some YouTube videos out there that explain the fight. Macro Boy has a really good one. Ben from a long time ago has a very good one as well. Had I played the Andy Poison for the Flurry build? I have not, because I don't have an Andy's. That is an uber unique and one that's not easy to get. So no, I do not have it. It is a really good build though. How does Starless work again? You have to make sure that you're casting a core skill within 3 seconds. And it has a stacking effect, basically. First time you do it, it's 10% damage. Second time, it's 20%, 30%, all the way to 40%. You lose that if you don't cast a core skill after 3 seconds. So technically speaking, you can use it with a combo point build, but it's very, very strict. And right now, it's just not enough damage right now to warrant using due to the tempers. We did it last season, per se, before the tempers, but now with the tempers and also new aspects, it's just not worth on a number of setups. Some setups, yeah, most setups, no. So it's a perma 40% because your timing correct? Yes, it is. What about taking off Shaco? What about it? And what aspect would you take out to use Arrow Storms? I mean, I wouldn't really recommend it, to be honest with you right now. This is literally just theory and test at the moment. You want to see if you can get the work with grenades? You probably could. I'm using like Arrow Storm, Blast Trappers, quite a few proc-based effects. I actually think Blast Trappers can be something serious, though. I'm just so sad that close quarters combat is doing nothing to any of this. Just so sad. It's so sad. I'm sad about it. Why? Why, Blizz? Why? Alright, well, we at least just give it a shot. How much weaker is the Shadow Clone variant? Well, keep in mind, you're only giving up one skill, and that 6th slot is like a weak slot anyways. You can either do Concealment, Poison Trap, Death Trap, or whatever. If you remove that slot, your clear times and stuff like that won't change in terms of speed is concerned. So Shadow Clone doesn't do anything. It's the worst of the things you could have put there because it does 0 damage. The Shadow Clone does 0 damage. Is it World Boss? Okay. But I mean, you can have it there if you just like the way it looks, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't proc victimize. It doesn't get any of your damage buffs. It doesn't do look like legit anything. How much lucky hit attack speed should you aim for 120 plus hits? I mean, honestly, if you're following any guide, any Heartseeker guide, including the one on Maxroll, I mean, you should be fine to do higher tier pits. So as long as you're following something like any guide that nature, then you're fine. Honestly, doing 120 plus pits is less about the exact number that you have and a lot more about fishing. Because that's really around the time frame where you're gonna have to fish for the right boss and get the right map and all that other stuff. So it's just more so, do you have the patience to spend quite a bit of time fishing for each level from that point. The blast trap will work in the depth trap elemental surge build. Yeah, actually, yeah, like blast trapper is actually kind of the real deal in terms of like getting you some pretty decent damage or whatever. I think it has a different scaling than some of the other stuff. But I could tell you that the blast trapper is definitely doing more damage than the arrow storms are. So like if I was to try to scale like that with like maybe Night Stalker glyph and go more imbuement based things. And I won't say imbuement things, but like more like a Eldritch Bounty board kind of thing. You could probably really scale that a lot. Why still poison trap? Not moving concealment yet. Is there any reason for me to run concealment and speed content? I feel like people look at the 133, 134 planners and not understanding that the gameplay is a little bit different there than like doing speed content. And no, yeah, so I don't, like when I do speeds, I kill things along the way, so concealment doesn't do anything. Now, if I was to do high tier pit pushing, then yes. Didn't know you were the only one doing speed content. All good. So, are you upset for me not going or moving away from poison trap? Like, is that a problem? I'm already moving at maximum movement speed already, so. And I'm also doing a whole different setup. I'm actually using close quarters combat. If you read the title, you'll know that I'm actually experimenting right now. You're gonna come at me like that, good sir. Uzul. Zero Man, appreciate the follow. How about experiment with the X-Files ring? Not worth. Was there some updates coming to Rapid Fire to improve it from the devs? They made mention of it. As far as what they're gonna do, we don't know. No idea. What skill should I go on the amulet for Heartseeker build, Frigid Finesse, exploit, malice or wise, some double dip? Are you following a guide, Summer, by chance, or? Could you answer a sword question? Probably surface level. But yeah, what's up? If it's a surface level question, yeah. But if you're talking about like a breakpoint question on the sword, probably not. My grand cache.
Can't carry anymore.
Don't care about the sigil. Yeah, but I'm not sure why. It tells you in the guide. Like literally in the there's so you have the guide, you have the facts section, and you have the mechanics section. And the specialized guides aren't that long, so it's all like written out there and damage all the mathematical works and everything. But if you just want a quick answer and not want to refer to that, then basically exploit double dips and malice triple dips. That's what makes it better than Frigid Finesse. Now, Frigid Finesse is not bad. It's still really good. But there's double dipping and triple dipping happening with the other passives. Now, if you're not doing a Heartseeker setup, Frigid Finesse is, let's say on Rapid Fire or Barrage or whatever like that, like Frigid Finesse is the top passive at that point because there is no double dipping going on. Do I have any mid-season patch predictions? Nope. Honestly, none. I know we'll probably get a lot of changes. I don't know if they'll fix any of the bugs in the builds right now. They might just let it ride to the end of the season. Maybe the Holy Bolts they might look at, but the others actually might stick around. Who's saying whatever? Press keep crashing. I couldn't log on for a little bit for some strange reason. More about potential damage. Was curious if rolling a one-hander with focus instead of staff to use Ring of Starless. Incinerate sword would probably net more damage. Probably not, no, because keep in mind that like staff in general, obviously like staff and tempers and stuff like that, you will roll a higher value of tempers, as well as also, well, I guess it just depends. Usually like focuses on sword, you kind of really wanted that for like a lot of lucky hit chance. That was like the one of the primary reasons before, to be able to hit certain points to do certain things. So if you see a build that kind of like has a staff there, there's definitely a reason why. And Starless isn't really that great right now because a lot of tempers and things are quite a bit stronger everywhere. That kind of makes unique sort of, I'm gonna say obsolete, but not nearly as good as before. So like on the Sork, unless you're having issues with resources, Starless is, it just depends. But yeah, you'll be better off with a two-hander without Starless and without Starless versus the other way around. But don't quote me on that. Let's just say Starless is not as good as it used to be. Kind of mad that you go through the list of uniques. If you double the FX value, they only just become viable. Yeah, I guess kind of. Holy Bow OP. I have a clip one-shotting 108 boss with over 40% left, staggered though. On a road? What do you think about using Devious instead of Ranger? I did that on, so Devious doesn't work on bosses. That's kind of the issue. Like at all, period. Like it doesn't even work when the bosses are staggered. So that's kind of the reason why. Trying to think of what else is there. It does with bosses with ads. So I guess in that case, well, yeah, if the victimized proc on the ad and then it procs on the boss, then yeah. But yeah, I guess you can say that, yeah. Typically though, on the boss itself though, when it's staggered, it has zero effect. But Ranger is more so for the damage reduction, not necessarily for the damage. But if you rather go with something else, like I actually go Snare. I take Snare now instead of Ranger on like my build now, because then I just go double Caltrap duration basically, and I get Snare for the Caltrap size, so I can still kind of keep things up. So check Discord DM. All these are bad. All right. Well, experiment over. I guess it was nice to know that what theoretically should have worked didn't, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll spec back into what we had before, and then well, for one, get some more angel breast because we are legit starved from that. Coast Coast Combat, Random Storms, Poison Abuse stuff. When I don't know. I don't even know if I want to make a there is at some point, maybe later. I'm talking about like later. I think I might actually consider doing a Rain of Arrows build. Not Arrow Storms, but actual Rain of Arrows setup. I have very low expectations for it, but I at least want to, you know, say that I tried. Like this, basically. Just got back, bro. You just missed everything, man. I was doing trillions of damage, Chronow. Telling you, I broke the game with the new build. We just finished pit 200 or pit tier 200. Ain't that right, chat? You missed it, man. Game's over, man. I beat the game. I'm gonna go take my victory lap right now. Okay. I've actually just needed to just get up and walk. All this time. Maybe I should type sarcasm. If that obviously wasn't sarcasm. What up? Yeah, we found out there's a new game plus suit if it wants you to be 200. Is there a Kylo at the pit 200? I won't tell you, it's a secret. Must be nice being able to pick up items you want. Blizzard doesn't like controller users. It's funny because like the game devs, like the game leads right now are actually controller players. Like they play this game on a controller on console. Like so I find that quite interesting. All right, so we did do the thing. We gave it a shot. It's time to go back to, I guess, the regular setup now. So, I have to redo my entire Paragon board again, but that is okay. But since I doubt this is going to get fixed, or to make this actually work at any point in the season, I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and salvage all of this so I can get my mask back. Joseph, what? What exactly they're going to do? Rapid fire? Do we know yet? Nope. We don't. We do not know. I got quite a bit of mass back actually for that. Alright, so ring, amulet, two-hander, that. I guess we'll keep the basic attack gems in just cause somebody might get mad at me for doing it. We really need a little, but I know, I agree. How do you feel about using Shadow Clone of a Poise Trap for Heartseeker build for Pit Boss? The Shadow Clone doesn't do anything. The Shadow Clone, the Shadow Clone is technically a, I won't say it's a proc, but it can't like proc things. It can't proc victimize. It can't proc effects. It doesn't get any multipliers. It does nothing. Like, it's just literally not worth. And even, I'll put it this way, even if, let's just say that the Shadow Clone added a teeny bit of stagger to the boss bar, right? The fact that it has such a long cooldown would make it negligible for the most part. All these Shadow Clone questions because this guy made a victimized Shadow Clone build. I think I've seen that. I think I have seen that. There's unfortunately there's just no like, there's no value in it, right? I mean, I'll put it this way. I mean, Poison Trap is not a necessity. Some guy tried to argue with me earlier, and I've been, it really is just a choice. You don't have to go Poison Trap. I choose to go Poison Trap because I like the extra crit chance, and I also like having a more reliable way to knock down for the retribution aspect, so I can double dip. That's the primary reasons why I like Poison Trap. But you can do concealment. Obviously, a lot of people like that specifically for the pushing. You can do death trap if you want to. Shadow clone itself though is probably out of all the options, has the least amount of value by far. It like legit doesn't do anything for you. Shadow Mage, what's up? Do I know the value of those pants? Where'd you get those pants, by the way? Curiously, because that's a triple GA. Did that just drop for you? You got them for World Boss just now? You're kidding. You're joking. Like, you're absolutely joking. Yo, check out these pants, guys. He say he just got this from a World Boss. It's item power 888 at the at that. It's not even 925, but that's what dropped from a World Boss. Shit, that's a 88 is a sign. Honestly, to be honest with you, if you were in the real trade market, like if you were actually trading or whatever, like for real, then you wouldn't be doing it for gold. You would probably be selling that for real money. Like, I don't even know if I would actually sell that for gold. Like, I would actually sell that for like real money. Even though it is like 888, no one cares. But yeah, anyhow, that's an extremely rare drop. So, yeah. Again, I'm not in that market, so I don't know. In terms of gold is concerned, but like honestly, that's like borderline at that point. I wouldn't even bother selling that for gold. I'd if I was really trading, I'd be figuring out how people are trading real money for that for that kind of stuff. I would say more than 2B. Like, if we're doing gold wise, I mean 4 or 5 bill probably is a reasonable asking price for it. But again, I think again, I don't trade much, so I don't know. Pastor Cavassier. Yeah. You said that's account bound, really? I actually didn't even see it. Was it really account bound? What do you do to it? Yeah, why is that account bound? Cash? Okay, well, I mean, I guess at that point you can't. All right, well, I guess that's a rip, sir. You can't sell. All right, so tomorrow I'm gonna still stream, so I'm not gonna start streaming or anything like that. But tomorrow we will put together a rapid fire, but without the scoundrel's kiss ring. We'll do a non-scoundrel kiss rapid fire tomorrow. At least I'm 100% sure at that point. That's really not experimenting. It's more so of how much of a damage increase or decrease is it to not run the ring versus running the ring. And is the quality of life just worth doing so? Or not? Especially if you're not pushing. Like if you're just doing speeds, is it like, can you still like shred, that kind of thing? So we will find out tomorrow. Let's see. Sir. Pop pride in there. Actually, we're gonna go with snare in this one. I think I was gonna say. Here we go. There we go. Ambush. Is Devious bugged? I assume it's supposed to work on the boss. I mean, it works on like, you know, regular mobs and whatnot, but it doesn't like on the actual boss when it's staggered. It doesn't work. Much like smoke grenades, the same thing. That also doesn't work either. Not quite sure what that's really all about. But I would assume that that is bug. I guess it might be worth the 2 points to go down there, but we'll take it anyways. Cheap shot. Technically, a stacker boss cannot take C damage to CC. Damage that causes CC? Am I gonna roll a frozen Nerp sword? I will. I think I might do Druid first. This sometime at the end of this week, I'll do Druid, and then I'll do Sork later. Kind of interested in Wind Shear Druid since it's kind of a similar play style. Yeah. Feel like I'm missing. Well, I'm definitely missing 2 points there, but let me see what my is again. Okay, poison. That's what it is. My code is fine though. Okay, so 2 points in the poison. Take it this way. There we go. Oh, forgot to put a glyph there. Control. Alright, and we have our thing. Season the basic, yeah. You like the code imbued rapid fire rogue? I don't like it with the Scoundrel's Kiss ring. I don't like the lob at all, to be honest. The lob and the delay. I really dislike it. I like the original rapid fire. That didn't actually take as long as I thought it was going to. There's one more thing. Where is it though? So it is. Yeah. So Alright, got everything? Pretty sure everything is here. My stuff. Guess we'll go here. Actually, how long is this hell tile left for? Lil Wayne's verse is crazy. NPC Chris, sorry, I didn't see you there. You said switch to Heartseeker and follow your master guide. Are the target breakpoints listed in order of importance? Not necessarily, no. Those are just like this is like recommended, I guess you could say.
Look.
There's no way that can be bad luck. It's a symptom of broken system at the very least. What happened now? Or you said the cutthroat recipe is bug. I had temper cutthroat damage 12 times in a row early in between 2 items. I mean, considering that there's a 1 in 4 chance to get vulnerable, then the probability of that happening is not as unlikely as you may think. I mean, if you didn't get vulnerable in 12 times, then I mean that's kind of RNG. Now it'd be a different story if you didn't get vulnerable. Like if you tried it, 100 times or so, and you didn't get vulnerable not once. Still, that could be chalked up to some bad RNG, but that's more of a case of like maybe something is wrong. But like 12 is not. It's not enough of a sample size, especially out of a 1 in 4 chance. I mean, I've had vulnerable show up one time out of 15, and I didn't think anything of it honestly, other than just really bad RNG there. Explain how lucky hit scales your damage. If you're talking about the Heartseeker build, look at your key passive. All you gotta do is read the key passive you take, and that tells you everything you need to know about why you take a lucky hit chance. And there's this, the occasional country song here, and a good one too. Yeah, I think the shirt is more flashy. Fair. Is 3x Malice on neck worth more than lucky hit? The only time that you don't really, the only time you would remove lucky hit from a amulet is if you get the jackpot of three passives. So if you got like Malice, Frigid Finesse, and Exploit, then that's gonna be better than having lucky hit on the amulet. Luke Bryan, yeah, I do have the occasional country on the playlist. Frigid Finesse is as good as Exploit. It's like Exploit is like a little better than Frigid Finesse. It's not like a huge difference, but it's a little better. This is a hardcore gamer, not you. On Nick, if you had to choose one passive, what would you choose? Heartseeker? Probably Exploit. Actually, maybe Malice. I don't know. Depends. I guess if I'm speed farming, probably Exploit. If I'm pushing, I might prefer Malice just for the consistency. But it's so close that it doesn't, like, it's so close that no one, like, regardless of which passive you pick, you're not gonna actually notice a tangible difference. You won't sit there and go, oh, I'm so glad I got to Exploit Malice instead of a Malice amulet now, so now I'm gonna really be able to do content I couldn't do before, right? Like it's not that at all. It's more so for, I guess, min-maxing at that point. You just want to have the absolute best or whatever. But but tangible benefits isn't really necessarily there. What's my favorite road build? Probably Heartseeker at the moment. But if they fix rapid fire, or if the traditional rapid fire was, you know, have more support, I guess, compared to the Scoundrel's Kiss version, then it might be that, honestly. I played a lot of rapid fire in season 1, 2, and 3, so you can imagine my, I guess, disappointment with what they did with the ring. Probably already talked about it, even played it, but would love your input about the puncture build with Andy. It's a very good build. It's a very good build. It doesn't really scale necessarily as well in the higher pit versus Heartseeker per se. Like I can see it doing like 120-ish, like low 120-ish or whatever. But that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day, because again, there's no in-game leaderboards, there's no rewards past, well, anything really for the pit. So if you just want to build that can literally destroy torment bosses, Lilith, and speed farm as fast as the other rogue builds or whatever like that, then Annie's is a great route for sure. Is it possible to reach max APS with crossbows, or where it feels the same as a bow? Well, I mean, considering that you take the same stats, the same attack speed rolls as you would with the bow in general, then no. But I mean, the crossbow isn't necessarily that slow though. Like if you have proper attack speed rolls at a decent breakpoint, you're not attacking that much slower. It's like maybe 2 breakpoint difference, and in some case some case scenarios it's like only 1, depending on if you have any attack speed rolls on the Lorana's Instinct board. Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel slow right now with the crossbow. Like this isn't bad. About trials, I don't understand the trial system. Gauntlet can be done with pretty much any build really, but I think Heartseeker probably has an advantage because it has distance and range and can kind of easily attack around corners, and you know it's gonna have an easier time in the Gauntlet than let's say Andy's would. But honestly, no one really cares about Gauntlet at the moment, to be honest. The Gauntlet are trials, basically. Trying Tears Might and Pain Gorges in your build. I mean, if you like it. I think it's unfortunate that they don't do more for the build. Especially Tears Might, it's just a defensive stat really. But I guess the proc on the Tears Might is good enough for Helltide, because Helltide monsters are really low HP. But I guess you can do that, sure. You was wondering why the bow is shown over on the planner versus the crossbow. To be honest with you, it's because I got tired of people telling me that everyone else is using the bow. That's why when it legit doesn't matter. Like, it legit doesn't matter. But because people who are like, you know, pushing extremely high pit, who did some real money trading or whatever, are all using bows, then it's kind of like, oh well, they're using bows. Why aren't you using bows or whatnot? So people like bows. I have no problem with this. So I just put bow in the planner. Much easier than like waking up to like 25, 30 DMs about crossbow even being in the planner. But personally, though, I just like the way the crossbow sounds. That's my main draw, honestly, of using crossbow over bow. It makes my basic attack sound meaty, as if it's actually doing more, even if it really doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Last stream playing Punctual Andy. Well, the problem is I don't have an Endarios, so that's really the issue. Since that's an uber unique, chances of me getting an Endarios anytime soon is probably slim. I have to do a lot of bossing and, well, yeah. It's a casual bow sellout. Would you keep rerolling Malice for Frigid Finesse on a Heartseeker build? No. Well, Malice is technically better than Frigid Finesse by a smidge. A smidge. So I mean, if you got Malice, there's no reason to try to roll for Frigid Finesse. Which would you get rid of? Weapon Mastery or Trap Mastery on an amulet? Oh, Trap Mastery. It's a lot easier to get crit. It's easier to get crit chance than it is to get like just multipliers in general. Does shit go good for Heartseeker build? Yep. How do trials work? You just have to kill as much as you can. You have to. It's more of a strategic competition where you have to lay out a plan to know when to take certain things, take certain pylons or greater shrines or greater pillars or whatever you want to call them. So it's more of a speed run type thing. That is more centered around strategy versus like power. So like stuff dies super quickly in the trials or whatever, or the the gauntlet. And the idea is just to kill as many things as you possibly can very quickly, moving around, taking certain things, knowing the map layout, those kind of things, and then you get a score at the end, and basically the highest score wins. Or the higher the score, the higher you are in the leaderboard per se. You already met the stat thresholds you recommend. With a 3G8 lucky hit, per chance attack speed be better than lucky hit Malice for the finesse with low rolls. Honestly, the second amulet would still be better, even with low rolls. However, the first amulet isn't bad, but anything with the passives, low roll or not, would still be a little better. Maybe I got this question a lot. Do you think Bash Barb and Heartseeker Rogue is equal in power, or is Barb stronger overall? Barb is stronger overall. But I mean, if you're looking at like a class to play or whatnot, then I mean, you can't go wrong playing either one. You just pick whatever you think you'd have the most fun doing. He's got a melted heart in Helltide, the odds of that happening. Bro, I've yet to see Uber unique in Helltide or outside of like bosses. Spaceman Be loving the streams though. It's always super late for you. I try to start, or I guess a little earlier my time, I guess. But yeah, sometimes it just depends on like the kind of day I have. You went from being carry to being the carry now. Yeah, Heartseeker does that for you. I almost have enough cinders. So, what's going on? I like to see tempering improved to something like the stat replacement. I went from sorry, trying to temper vulnerable damage sucks because you get 3 cutthroat in one. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Tempering on a rogue is it feels kind of awful right now. Oh well, Seven said I had a melted heart for 2 or 3 weeks now. I never knew it was an Uber. Only reason why I found out is because I checked the crafting list with Sparks. Mika sneaky. How's recovery? Mostly okay. Slowly, day by day. Some days I do feel more what appears to be random pain, I guess, than others, but let's just say the recovery at this point just feels very slow. I kind of feel much like I felt last week, it seems. But just random pains here and there. Which I guess is kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know anymore with this thing. I just can't wait till my body actually gets used to this mesh or whatever they put inside me. Envy the Rogue with 10 gifted subs. Appreciate you, sir. Where's the whatchamacallit? I guess it's on the other side. I guess it's fine. Only got 2 minutes though to get over there. Was it back surgery? No, it was a double hernia surgery. But thank you, Envy. we'll go down this way. Wow, that thing always knocks me off my horse. Y'all chill. I got 2 minutes to get the other chest. Go, horsey, go. Go, horsey. I know, right? It ain't much, but it's honest work, so. Of course, people happy. Horsey. Alright, let's see if we can get out of here without getting hit. Okay, we did. Oh man, anything to do with the core is gonna hurt when you move. All the best we recover. Yeah, yeah. It's my first surgery ever too, so like I've never had such a major surgery, like major surgery before. So all of this is like brand new. Like, I can't like stand up straight yet. Not yet. It's been 4 weeks now. Still can't stand up like completely straight. I got 30 seconds to get over there. Can I do it? This probably you're not meant to stand up straight. Wow. Wow. So so with the jokes. I would actually love to hear that in your accent and everything. We did good. We did good. Yeah, we did good. Okay. I stretched and the game and my OBS crashed. So yeah, guess I'm gonna do that again. No stretching allowed. All right. Well we heard that. Understood. All right. Are we back in YouTube land? That was weird. Gotta redo the chat and everything. So Token, I don't know if you're still there. Are you there?
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Pug with the sub, appreciate you. Yeah. So like, when does it actually start to feel better? Like, when does it actually start to feel normal? Stretching? What are you getting ready to go outside? Not so fast. Like Echohack was telling me that like it took him for like an entire year before he was like completely healed, like fully healed. With the similar surgery, and I'm just like, bro, I don't know if I have a whole year of this mess, man. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Is having a GA on chance to make enemies vulnerable about 3 seconds any good? I will say it's not needed. Like you don't need to do that. But I mean, if you get it, then sure. But it's not like a necessity. Just as long as you have the roll, it's fine. I guess I could sell my whatchamacallit. I got so much blood.
Anything else?
They have a pretty decent sell value.
Farewell and good fortune.
Okay. Oh, I got whispers. He was deadlifting bumper placed the second week against doctor's orders. Everyone is different. Second week, jeez. No man, second week I still felt like I was dying. I was paying for the first 3 days or so, and then they refused to sit around and do not go to the gym. I started walking on treadmills for 30 minutes, 2x a day.
It is done.
How old are you, Riptide? Are you like Millennial, Gen X, well, not Gen Z, I don't think. Definitely not Gen Z. Was born in 8th. Okay, so you're Gen X then. Well, no, Millennial, right? Millennial. Like the early Millennials, I guess, right? All right. So I can get this whisper real quick. This early 80s, it could be X. Wait, I think it's like 81, right? Something like that. It would be considered X, I think, or something. Yeah, okay. Or 80, 81, roughly. Where? Okay, and then I guess we can go ahead and purify to see for a super easy whisper. He was born in 96 and your little cousins call you uncle now? So you're like what? 30? No, 20, no, 28, right? 28, 29, 28. Ish, somewhere around that range. To all millennials, ankle socks are no longer cool. None of these like preacher brother. The older you get, the faster time feels like it's going by. I don't know, man. I wonder maybe if I had my hernia when I was younger, I might feel a little different about the healing process. But I don't know. I just feel like it's taking forever. I still try to do things. Like I actually I went outside and I touched a little bit of grass the other day. I even drove 2 days ago, I think it was. I drove a little bit. And most of that was actually kind of okay, but like still like the sitting portion things was still felt kind of weird. And certain angles of getting into the car also kind of like caused some pain, but never did I ever feel like I was just like not thinking about the hernia being there. It's just there. Like you just feel it. It's just like you don't. How do you get used to it being in your body and like not feeling it? Not like causing pain. He had double hernia surgery, and it was good to go within 2 months. Okay, I'm on week 4 now, or sorry, week 4 passed. So I'm going on week 5, I guess. It goes away after some years. Jeez, man. More time to blast. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put it like that, but I mean, technically you're not wrong. How much do these elixir of advantage go for? Right, are people actually selling them right now as like a thing? Steampunk, what's going on? Born in the 80s and 90s don't care what ethics there's socks. So there's that. I can imagine that being said with so much sass. That's what, so you see them for 100k each. Yeah, I might actually just buy some at this point with the amount of gold that I have. Considering how rare Angel Breaths is for me, considering the amount of rerolls I've done. How many hours have I streamed since the season started? No comment. Definitely not as much as some of the mainstays, of course. Usually, what, 6 to 7 hours a day, roughly. Some days being 8 or 9 hours. And of course, the first 2 days were very long streams because, you know, beginning of the season. Get a hell tire bug if you want to farm Angel Breath. That's the one thing. It's just a thing I don't really like to do. I don't like to purposely exploit. If I'm doing on an accident without knowing, that's one thing. But on purpose, yeah, not for me. Cell's famous here. Can you use Shaco with Heartseeker? Yes, absolutely. It's really the only uber unique you want to use with Heartseeker. I don't know why I didn't just walk up to him and then and then got trapped. That's when I went quicker, but I just. Yeah, Shaco's like the all. It's like the all around like. Oh, I gotta do the thing. All around Uber item that can be useful in a lot of builds. Yeah, I might experience damage reduction. Seems negligible since trash monster are the issue in the boss fight. Ignore all my DRs. Is it better just go full glass cannon? Not necessarily, no. Well, it gets depends on the content. Like, what are you doing? Like, if we're talking about speed content, then I guess you can, as long as you're not dying. You certainly can. But that's a you thing, right? But that's a depend thing, right? For every person, is case is going to be different. But generally speaking, I do recommend usually rubies in armor / just because it's hard to play, pretty glassy in general on a rogue. How do I get a billion gold like you? So step 1, you find a really rare item drop. Step 2, you sell it for over 1 billion gold. Step 3, profit. Not even kidding, really. But honestly, most of my gold before that item came from selling Stygian stones for 25 million a piece. Back when they were worth 25 million a piece. So I actually made almost 1 billion gold off of that in the past. Just selling those stones to friends or whatever that wanted them for tormented bosses. At 3 points in Heartseeker currently, that could shift around undecided. 45% flat damage or 28% crowd control damage. Or talking about the Paragon board. Have you taken go to the Deadly Ambush board and go to there's like a trap node or 2 blue trap nodes that's like damage reduction while enemies are affected by traps or whatever. That's actually pretty good. That would actually be worth more than the flat damage for sure in general. If you haven't taken that, take that. Start a brand new rogue. What do you recommend as the best leveling rogue out of Maxroll? A lot of people really like Barrage. Barrage was very popular this season for leveling. Even I leveled with Barrage myself. Pretty painless. Pretty easy. He has a Burger King cup, so I think he did. Attention to detail, Riptide. I see. My biggest regret is pushing this season is pushing pit, and now you have to scroll back to 100 every time. I wish I found that more fun or more engaging, like pit pushing. I think I might actually like it a little bit more on a Winshear Druid, but even then, still. Wow, really? Does it need to have bubblegum some days at Burger King over there? No, they do not. I can definitely tell you they do not. Seems like where's the rest of the pit? Is it this way? This is this way. More K-pop for you, so quite a bit of K-pop played tonight. Actually, when to use Poison Trap based on your build. Generally, I like to use Poison Trap right before I use Cow Trap because they kind of activate around the same time if you do it that way. Because Poison Trap has like a slight delay before it activates or whatever when you're putting it down. So I find that it helps keep them in the Cow Traps too as well, and you get extra crit chance from the Trap Mastery. It's a preference I like. What elixir am I using? Elixir of Advantage. The one with the lucky hit chance and attack speed. How's the vibes? Pretty good. I'm sad that my experiment didn't happen. It didn't go the way I was hoping it would. The theory was there. I think it would have did well if the theory panned out, but we found out that even if you have crowd control or damage to crowd control and you're using close quarters combat, that while some of the procs get bonus from, you know, damage versus crowd control, they do not get the bonus from the key passive, which scales with damage versus crowd control, which I think is quite silly that's the case. So took me a while to put it together to find that out, but at least we know. Did Blackpink for the win? I actually got quite a bit of Blackpink songs on my playlist. Talking about like maybe like 10 or 11, roughly. Lisa is bae. Everyone says that. Everyone loves Lisa for whatever reason. Not whatever reason, but yeah.
It needs time to recharge.
Did nod Jenny all day. MJ, okay, what's going on? I appreciate your live streams and build guide. You hear that, Master? Do you get more and higher levels? You do, but the thing you have to consider is how long does it take for you to clear pit, basically. So like, it's not better to try to get more, because you get like one more per level after you reach that threshold. So you have to kind of consider how long it takes for you to clear that pit for the amount of mass that you also get too. Does that make sense? So if it's taking you more than like, let's say 4 minutes, for example, then you might want to lower it for efficiency's sake. If you really want to be efficient, you want to do a pit that takes you about like 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes to farm or whatever, which may not be as like cool looking pit or whatever, but it would be better for mass per hour. All right, Phil Mike, you have a giveaway. Oh, dude, really?
I need more time.
I think he's out of time my cow traps, yeah. Ooh. What's the highest pit I pushed in my build? Honestly, I haven't really pushed yet. Every now and then I might do a couple of levels. So I think I'm maybe 122, but I'm at the point now where you have to fish for a little bit each level, roughly, where like the boss actually matters now, and that just starts to become really not fun. So I just don't. Any thoughts on Shadow Clone to burst down the boss faster during the stagger phases? Well, the Shadow Clone doesn't do any damage, so you're not really not burning down the boss faster with Shadow Clone. During the stagger phases, that simply isn't happening because the clone doesn't do any damage. It really doesn't. I know you've seen people might that may slot Shadow Clone or whatever like that or whatnot, but I can promise you there really isn't any damage being done there by Shadow Clone itself, especially not with the victimized setup. Bro, thanks for helping me out with the build yesterday. Now I can farm a one-on-one in a breeze. Cool, man. Glad to hear. The tomboy dance video of Lisa made me fall in love with her. Yeah, I guess for me, what people seem to really like about Lisa is that she got bars and she can flow. I think in the build where Elixir is such an insane game, do you really get you do really get a hard push by advantage? Well, yeah, you do. Even in just speeds or whatever, it's that same way. Like I almost never run without an Elixir. You see bleed barbs and holy bolt. When you get switched from elements to intercom, bosses take a long time. I mean, there are several ways you can go about it. Yeah. At a certain point, depending on your gear level, like, you know, how good your gear is or whatever, I mean, you can technically fit both into the build if you want, at like the higher levels or whatever, but you give up Undying to do that in the higher ups. But Siphoning Strikes is generally good enough. Granted, the rest of your gear is solid in terms of, like, you know, Dark Shroud ranks and whatnot. So you don't have to do it either or thing, but you'd have to give up something. But typically, I just really don't stand still often, so I just can't really use intercom. But I guess if I was pushing, I'd probably have to, because I have to sit everything into the cow traps long enough to really deal damage. If it wasn't for like them having to kind of stay in the cow traps because of the trap duration or whatever, I would literally pull the entire I would just pull the entire pit level, a lot like I would do in D3. But you can't do that with Heartseeker or actually probably any rogue build in general, because cow traps is just way too good. So you have to get them to stand on top of it as long as you possibly can. Doesn't share misery already place Undying? Yeah, for speeds. I think he's talking about, like, he said when bosses take a long time to kill. So I'm assuming he's talking about like higher level pits. Oh, yeah, share misery. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're for speed farming, share misery is the goat. But if you're trying to do like higher pits or whatever, you're trying to do like a, I don't know, 115 plus or something roughly, then you definitely want to do Undying. Or just drop share misery in general, because it doesn't really help you as much in the higher ups, because stuff is just going to get unstoppable anyways. The hack came from Season 3 Battle Pass. I think I messed something up. I don't think. I know I messed something up. I might have to fix it after this. Why Topaz instead of vulnerable damage? This is a personal choice at the moment. They're both the same. They both give you the same amount of damage, believe it or not. So today and yesterday, I just chose to do Topazes. Are you using share misery right now? I am. Yep. I can't play her piss without undying. If I'm say running out of health, possibly losses way too much. Yeah. That's also why you hope for, like, I guess when people are pushing or doing higher pits, you hope for the right boss, right? And then you don't have to worry about that as much. On the Maxroll Heartseeker build that you're struggling with poison res. So your stats and everything are as the same as a Maxroll build. What's your poison res sitting at right now? Is it like 64%, 64.9% roughly, or? %? You only have 27% poison res? There's no way you have 27% poison res and you follow the Maxroll guide to a T. Are you using the Maxroll Paragon for it? Because you take two poison res nodes on the Paragon board. But there's no way you're at 27% and you're following the Paragon board. Like if you were like at like 65% or maybe 60%, then I could probably say, okay, well maybe you're maybe not max geared out yet. Maybe you're not 925 yet. Whatever, which makes a difference in terms of your RS. Like there are like little things we could change there. But if you're at 27, yeah, you didn't take, there's 2 poison nodes in the Paragon board you didn't take. For sure. If you drop 2 crowd traps, there's a double dip. It does not. You'll check to see if you missed something. Yeah, check your Paragon board. For sure. That's a big one. I did, however, mess up something though. Mine. Personal one here. I did this route instead of the whatchamacallit. So I was wondering why my contrasts weren't looking as nice or whatever. However, I guess I could do devious here. Just cause. Although I don't know if I have devious leveled up though. Do I have it leveled up? I do not. Yeah, because I wasn't using it. It would give me a little bit more vulnerable damage. Not that it's like a lot, but in the meantime we'll do we'll fix this. I think this is going to require more than 1 point for this though. Okay. That's what I was missing. There's a lot of red over there. Do I throw down all traps and utilities on boss or just cow traps? Well, the smoke grenades add stagger, so you definitely want to throw that every time it's up. Cow traps is definitely a must to have up as much as you possibly can. You know, it's the outlaw boss sometimes randomly one-shotting you. I've had an issue with this, and some hardcore players also lost theirs. Woody Joe actually made a very good point about that on the partner Discord. So they might be looking into it. Devious effects only applies if it has a CC in view and not from the lucky hit chance to freestone. Never heard that actually, so I'm actually not quite sure. Do I need Heartseeker pants? No, I'm good. But thanks to quick question, first time playing Rogue, and I feel like my guy Maxroll, I'm just not certain where you get your resistances from. So if you look at the Maxroll guide, I do tell you how to cap your resistances. In fact, actually, let me pull it up because I think this is quite a few comments today about it. Let me double check and make sure I actually did do that. Pretty sure I did, but there's always put us over here. Actually, why is that up? It's weird. Hold on. Oh, it's showing a different thing. That's what's happening. Sorry, hold up. I got this. Here, actually, why is it showing that there? Oh, that's another thing hovering over. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, here we go. Now you guys can see. Alright, so we'll just go to build guys here. Go to Rogue. Specialize Heartseeker. Okay, so we got these. It tells you here. Okay, so we got this, all the glyphs here. Make sure we look at this. If you're having issues capping resistance early, use Diminish and place an ambush in the Uranus Instinct Paragon board. So if you're having issues with capping resistances, like let's say you don't have like a cold ring or whatever, a cold implicit ring, that can kind of cause an issue. Or whatnot. Poison is easy to fix because we take 2 poison nodes, so you can always kind of like finagle maybe a couple of points here. Like let's say you remove 2 points from, you know, trap reduction or whatever, and you can put those into poison res here or poison res here. So that's kind of easy to do. Cold can be the one that gets a little tricky. And it's usually like 5% and no more than 5% roughly there. But that's really about it. Yeah, I did talk about that. Also in the show more, the updates or whatever. I allocated 2 points to cap resistances after moving things. Add a quote in Paragon section mentioning using diminished glyph over ambush if one is having issue capping resistances. So yeah, those are usually the the things there. I know not everyone like. This is pretty close to the top of the guide, so I put the quote here on purpose, hoping that people kind of see this as a cabinet. Yeah, but the big thing is probably core res. Core res is probably the thing that's low, and if it is, like I said, you can try to take all the nodes here. If you're like 5% or whatever low, then 5 or 10%, then you can just use diminished glyph over ambush. It's really not as big of a deal. Actually, without Shaker, you can't get 70%, just 69. Well, it's like 69.9, but that's okay. The 0.1 isn't really that big. Like, I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. Oh no, I'm actually at 70. Yeah, okay, that's something I didn't see. And it's all good. You're welcome. I just want to make sure because like I get that comment quite often, so I just want to make sure it's not, you know, that actually happened. And what's going on? Hello from Russia, brother. Have a good day for you. Thanks, man. I'm confused why there's no +2 all resistance on gear. There is. You could take one stat on like a pant or a boot. That also works too. That poison. Razukun was going on. Silly question. I followed the build, got from Maxroll. I did everything. I'm at level 100, but I'm listing 6 to 10 Paragons. Plus at level 100. Do I do anything wrong? Did you finish all your renown, Razukun? Like, have you done all your renown yet? To get your skill points and Paragon points and all. If you're missing that many Paragon points, that sounds like a renown issue. Is Melted Heart good on this build? No. I must go to tip me to roll a pass on my necklace. I think it's like about 200 mil. If I remember correctly. Really? That shaman. Does Shadow Clone work with the key passive? It does not.
I need more time.
Oh. Freaking thing spawn right there. Maybe missing something somewhere now. Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's exactly what it is. How do I even discern which tab is which? Trust me, my browser is usually way more chaotic than that. That's like 20 something tabs open, which my normal is like 80 something. Yeah, it's crazy. I know. I have a real problem. I'm aware. I am aware. I admit that I have a problem. Topaz is more than sapphires in the weapon. No, not really. Remember by not really, I mean like 0.01% more damage, which is obviously you're not tangible, right? Oh, I gotta play zoomed in. Panlu? Okay, gotcha. So right now I'm just doing topazes. Tomorrow it might be sapphires. Awareness is the first step. I guess we'll stick to the 105 though. But we'll do it zoomed in. I gotta zoom in request. You can run out of 5 favored dungeons for whispers. Technically you can, because it's on a timer, so it's possible. I will never understand these serial tab openers. I have 4 like max and bookmark everything else. But if I bookmark it, then I have to actually go into the bookmarks and find a bookmark or search the bookmark. Find it easier just by leaving the tab open. I'm not saying it's better or whatnot, but that's just the way I'm used to it. Because then I'll have like a gajillion bookmarks I never use, where at least with the tabs, it's kind of like, oh, I'm never using this. Just hit X. I don't know. Just comfort. Elite somewhere. Oh, there you are. Should have followed. Why zoomed in? Someone redeemed the command for me to play zoomed in, so or redeemed their channel points for it. Oof. Did not see that. Cat W. The gamble one might be a cooldown. Which is my highest pit level with this build. I haven't really pushed. I'm really not a fan of it in this game, so I just don't. Yo, Gangsta's Paradise. Been 3 builds trying to roll exploit. Dude. I probably would have settled with a lot of other passives in that case. How does crit chance help you with the build? Couple of reasons. For one, Umbrus. You need crit chance to proc Umbrus, and that's like your only defense, which is very, very, very important. Two, you still want to, you know, crit because the original base 50% crit damage that's in your sheet is multiplicative. So while the stats are additive, like the stat crit damage is additive in a setup like this, the base 50% is still multiplicative. So you still want to crit. And since Victimize does damage based off of your damage, including when you crit, that's a big deal. Yours is Paragon related? Okay. I figured it was, because 27 is a lot. Especially that specific, or 27 is missing a lot, especially that specific Paragon. What's his resolution? Now, someone redeemed Play Zoomed In on Twitch. So, does Undying work with basic attacks? Yep, sure does. Rep Coolio, yes. Is Rapid Fire still the best all-around build? It's not. Heartseeker is the best all-around build. Rapid Fire is really good. Don't get me wrong. Rapid Fire is really good. But I wouldn't consider it a better all-arounder than Heartseeker, no. Hear me out. Flicker Step, Grasp for Shadow, Shadow Claw. No. No. I heard you and my ears are aching. There we go. I was wondering why I wasn't getting my combo like the first couple of times I did it. Wait. Really though? There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Time to recharge.
Then poison and be a puncture and these visions. It's a good setup. Am I using the shaker right now? I am. Am I strafing? Well, it's called like stutter stepping or orb walking, whichever terminology you might be familiar with. I mean, strafing works too. I guess you can say that too. You said you've been trying to shadow clone Heartseeker and the damage increase against bosses kind of noticeable on pit 50. Are you sure, sir? So if I was to go to the Theorycrafting in the training area and get my shadow clone, pick the boss. You're trying to tell me that that the shadow clone is gonna be able to keep up with me in DPS, or get close to, or even halfway? Because keep in mind, shadow clone cannot proc victimize, which is where most of your damage is coming from, not your Heartseeker. Victimize is where almost the majority of damage is coming from. So the fact that shadow clone can't even proc that makes it already quite like not worth. Then shadow clone doesn't even get your multipliers, so it doesn't get your edge masters, it doesn't get your moonrise, it doesn't get your adaptability, it doesn't get the majority of that. So the damage it actually does is peanuts compared to what you do. And the fact that shadow clone is only out for X amount of time also doesn't help its case either. So there's a lot of things wrong with shadow clone. I know there's been like, you know, a video or two about, you know, players that might be using shadow clone, but I mean, the math just doesn't really check out. It doesn't. I mean, literally, you can just do it yourself. You can just go to the Theorycrafting, whatever, and just shoot. Whatever, like record it and then like look at your shadow clone when it actually hits or whatnot. Actually, what you could do is just change your arrow, right, to forceful arrow, and then have your shadow clone shoot, right? And then like look at his damage, and I guarantee you'll be very like sort of saddened by how terrible its damage output is. How often is it? Can I show my item? Which item? Is a bonus to frozen separate or conditional? I mean, it's conditional. It only works if they're you deal more damage to poison enemies per se. Like additional poison damage to frozen enemies. So like that would be something good for like, you know, like a poison setup or so. You show your items again. I can't even do 90s easily. Well, check out the description on YouTube. Because you're watching on YouTube, check underneath the description and see if and look at the build guide from Maxroll and see if you have the recommended stuff from there. I can see if item row is better than the original, the one that your masterwork. Well, I mean, most of it is gonna have to be more. Well, I mean, make sure you have advanced tooltips on, by the way, under gameplay options or whatever, advanced tooltips or whatever. You can kind of see item comparisons that way. On Maxroll, you should check the Maxroll. How do pit rewards work? So different tiers give you different types of mats. I'll just say you have the blue, rare, which are yellow, and then the legendary, which are, well, orange. They're the same color as your normal legendary. So you'll get blue mass all the way from pit 1 to pit 30, yellow mass from pit 31 to pit 60, and then legendary mass from 61 on the most part. And these masks are used for masterworking your gear to make them stronger, which is a lot like the old upgrading system that we used to have, but a lot better. Malice or exploit, which is best for enemy if you don't have one with both. Generally exploit would be the better choice, but the difference between the two is very, very small, like extremely small, relative to like what you would notice. So I wouldn't, if you can't get exploit but you got malice, I wouldn't spend like millions upon millions of gold to keep rerolling. Because you're not going to notice a difference. You're not going to clear higher or do anything faster per se because you got malice instead of exploit, or the other way around. Stupid question here maybe, but how are your res cap without all res rolls on gear? Looking at Maxroll guys. So are you looking at the planner? And are you looking at like the Paragon board itself? And are you looking at the quote above the Paragon board that says if you have hard issues capping resistances, use diminish over ambush? Is that ads? Okay. Longest ad ever too. Oof. Yeah, Shaco's good on Heartseeker for sure. Are number of dungeons and pit levels gauge the same? No, they're not. No. Nope. And so you're back. All right, so if you look at the planner itself, like just make sure that you thoroughly look over the planner in terms of where the reses are, including the ring implicits. Okay, the ring implicits are also kind of important, more so for cold res for the most part. If you scroll down a little bit further, like where the Paragon board is on the Maxroll guide, there's a quote in orange, and in bold orange and it's italicized that says, if you're having issues capping your resistances, swap ambush for diminished glyph. And that will help you cap your resistances regardless of whether you get the cold implicit on a ring or not. If you don't want to do that, you can just do one all res roll anywhere on the boot or pants. Yeah, man, you're welcome. What is the main stat that will turn your Heartseeker from 100k damage to millions? I heard if you give Heartseeker money and like bribe it to make it do more damage, that it'll do more damage, but you gotta pay it. For some strange reason, Heartseeker prefers Bitcoin for whatever reason. So just make sure you have that currency available. There is, however, another option, by the way. Okay. There's a super secret option, all right? We do exclamation mark build, right? And there's a Maxroll guide that I wrote, put together. And that gives you all the details you need to make your Heartseeker hit like a Mack truck. Yo, go option number 1. The Bitcoin. I mean, bribing is the fastest way. I'm not gonna lie. Not saying I have, not saying I haven't, but yeah. Time to brick, yeah, pretty much. But hopefully it won't brick on like the first time. At least it'll give you like a run for your, you know, your money. Like it'll give you a shot into thinking that it might roll okay or whatever. So yeah, man, good luck. Solo leveling and hitting 35 and putting 5 bronze just feels hilarious. I bet. Does a blacksmith take Bitcoin? That's a good question. If the Oculus take Bitcoin, probably could have saved me a bunch of angel breaths. That if your res aren't capped, should you swap back to diminished instead of ambush? That would be the easiest way to do it. Or you can just roll all res on a boot or a answer, whatnot, if you would like to do so. Is it your build guys work wonders, by the way, much appreciated. Holy amulet still eludes me, unfortunately. Yeah, that's gonna take some time. For a while I ran with let's see, attack speed, lucky hit chance, and critical strike chance for a bit. That was the amulet I had for a while.
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
Yeah, getting the amulet is like it's like probably the hardest part. Like that's like the end game for Heartseeker builds. Like literally.
One more? There's something special. Better than starting from nothing.
Okay. Alright guys, that is going to be it for me for tonight. I'm gonna read out tomorrow. We're going to we're gonna do so every day this week we might try to experiment with something new-ish or something along those lines. So tomorrow, I'm gonna attempt to build a somewhat of a thrift shop rapid fire setup, but I want to do it without the ring. Don't really too much like I don't too much like the Scoundrel's Kiss ring. I know a lot of people don't either, so I want to see how well of a setup can I without the ring. Obviously the ring is more damage. Can we go for quality of life over, you know, a little more damage in that case? Can we make it work tomorrow? I guess we'll see. This is probably one of the things that I more so know that it's going to be kind of okay versus all my other experiments that are like literally like complete Theorycraft in a sense and just pray to God that it works out. And of course, that has not been the case today. And that wasn't the case the day before yesterday with the pin shot, nor the shank build with Blaze Shift, which was actually a lot of fun to play, but just couldn't get the defense up. I tried really hard. See you tomorrow. Yes, exploit malice, lucky hit chance better than attack speed, crit chance, and lucky hit aim. Oh yeah, absolutely. Anything with passives are going to be a lot, or not. What's a lot better, but definitely better. Something you're going to notice. So, but it's like a long term thing that you kind of work towards, where it's like, okay, you know, I'm trying to figure out where to go to today. Oh, Rot Draken is streaming. I'm pretty sure that's where Gnarly Cube is. Although she hasn't said anything in this chat in a while. I guess she's slacking. Alright, but yeah, we'll go to Rod Dragon. He very much a big supporter of what we do over here in land, so I'm raising gloves with vulnerable damage. Be better than hit chance. Depends on how much crit chance you already have. But the difference is pretty small. Like you can kind of go either or. All be good. We love the honesty and pure crafts. It would be nails if fails. Mad respect for you, bro. Thanks. Well, yep, we'll have fun. We will brick items. It's gonna happen, of course. For sure. We didn't actually brick that many items today compared to yesterday. So some progress, I guess you could say. But anyhow, as always, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me here quite a bit. For those who are on the Twitch side of things, if you want to find a free way to support your boy as well, I am also streaming on YouTube, so you can actually open up 2 tabs, and that actually gives me credit for both, which is actually really neat because it's like a great way to support without having to spend a dime. Also, hitting the like button on the YouTube live also helps a ton. Getting that stream on the YouTube side of things notice. So would be huge thanks if you guys can do that. So go hang out with Rot. I'll see y'all tonight, and as always, till next time. The plug, yes.